morning, everybody. Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports here on 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports app, podcast platforms, all of them everywhere. If you're listening to this a little bit later in the day, thanks for doing so. YouTube, saw our buddy, really Bob's buddy, but everyone's friend, Adam Ray, over at the ballpark last night. You know what Adam Ray said? He listens to the show, watching it on YouTube every day. He's a YouTube guy. He's one of the many who are watching live on YouTube every morning. Thanks, Adam. Appreciate you. He's probably not watching this morning because I think he stayed for the celebration last night. So I don't know whether Adam's up at 6:01 even, but he's watching on YouTube. He's a YouTube guy. So find the Seattle Sports YouTube page and find all the Brock and Salk clips, and let's come hang out right there on YouTube.
And watch Joel Klatt later.
Yes, Joel will be on YouTube.
It's understandable. He has to sleep in today.
I was going to say, I know he is a listener, Adam.
Yeah, I know. He was saying he listens on YouTube. That's what he was telling me yesterday. And then he'll often text me during the show and annoy me with various comments that he has about things that are happening. And then, of course, on 97.3 HD2 as well. But I won't spend too much time talking about all those things today because you know what? The Mariners are in the postseason once again. Had a hilarious conversation with Cecily last night as she asked me what the postseason was. And that just made me laugh. She was like, is it the same as the preseason? I'm like, well, no, it's pretty different from the preseason. You have to earn it. They just give you the preseason games to prepare for the regular season. The postseason you have to earn. And she's like, oh, is it like the playoffs? Yeah, exactly like that. Just a different name. And that's exactly where the Mariners are today. In the postseason, in the playoffs. You'll excuse her. She grew up in Seattle. She doesn't have a tremendous amount of experience with postseason excitement. But it's back. It's here. You could feel it last night. You could see it in the building. You could watch it later if you were paying attention to the celebration and everything that went on afterwards and the big old party in that clubhouse. It's here. Mariners are going to make the postseason. It is in 100%. We've known now really since they went ahead and took care of the Astros. But now they're in, and they get an opportunity to do a whole lot more. You can clinch the division with a win tonight. You don't even have to win. If the Astros lose, both things will clinch the division tonight. The magic number is 1. Not the loneliest number. The magic number to clinch the division is 1. And amazingly, they could clinch a first-round bye and the number 2 seed as early as tomorrow night, depending on what happens with Detroit.
Did you think the Yankees were going to ruin everything before we even got started last night?
No. I mean, look, I don't, again, don't put me in this position because today is going to be a positive day. But the Rockies and the White Sox are horrific. They're horrific, horrible.
Yeah, I guess it was
terrible
kind of the
baseball
same style of game where the Yankees were down. I mean, they were only down 1, but they came back late.
This time of year, teams like the Mariners and the Yankees, when playing against teams like the Rockies and the White Sox, can show up for an inning or 2 and win. That's just the reality of the situation. They can show up for an inning or 2 and win. And Cal was talking about it last night, how poorly they played and how we played awful for 7 innings. Yeah. But you can keep it close because the Rockies stink and then have one good inning, let them fall apart, let them beat themselves. The Rockies walked a guy and hit 2 in that inning, and the Yankee and the White Sox had a wild pitch with a man on third to tie the game. I mean, those teams are awful. But we're not going to focus on them. More, don't distract me. We got to talk about the positives today, not how silly the Rockies and White Sox are.
How stress-free this is all setting up to be. It's amazing.
Well, that's what happens when you win 15 of 16. That's what happens when you're on fire. Look, if they hadn't done that, if the Mariners had just gone, what did we say, 15 of 16? What if they had gone 11-5, which would have been pretty good? What if they'd gone 10-6, which would have been pretty good? If they had gone 10-6, you're sweating it out right now. Sweating it out with all these teams because Cleveland has won 16 of 18, right? You'd be sweating it out with all of them, and some of those losses would have come to the Astros. Why does it feel so easy? Because you did the hard work. Because you did the hard work over the last 2.5 weeks. That's why it feels kind of easy right now. Because they did the hard work already. And now obviously there's going to be a whole lot more to come. But in terms of the regular season, they've done a lot of the hard work. I'm not that surprised they showed up a little flat last night. I don't think they were either. Coming off the road trip, Colorado, a bit of a letdown. But when you need to, you get it done late. You can do it again tonight, clinch the division, and go on from there. Let me sort of think big picture for a moment, and it's one of these situations where you're trying to figure out just how hard to celebrate, right? Do you celebrate all the way knowing that tomorrow you could be doing it again if you clinch the division? You got to celebrate. Lyle, you were saying it yesterday. This game is too hard and too long, and you gotta appreciate the ups because you feast on the downs. You got to appreciate the ups. So I love them celebrating, but is it the full-fledged celebration? I don't know. Maybe you got to hold a little back because you can't put in the B lineup tonight. You want to go clinch. You got the AL West right there in front of you. All you need is one win. To be honest, I think the Astros will just lose again because they're quitting. They're done. They're toast. But go take care of it yourself so you don't back into it. And you can celebrate again tonight. Get a little shampoo effect going on. So, big picture, and where my mind goes on a day like today. And I was thinking about it yesterday during the game, or before the game, really. This really is, and there are a million reasons why the Mariners are where they are right now. And we've talked about a lot of them, and that's the part of doing a talk show every day. But the start of all of this, the start of where the reason the Mariners are where they are right now today, if I have to point to one thing, it's the decision to rebuild. It was a long time ago now. I know we heard at the beginning it was a 2-year process, then it was a 4-year process. As it turns out, it's more of a 6 or 7-year process. That's not that surprising. We knew it was going to take longer than expected. We got little pieces of it, right? I mean, if you want to say how long was the rebuilding process, well, they've got now what? 5 winning seasons in a row? I mean, like, you could look at it and say they've been winning for actually quite some time. But in terms of all of the parts of the rebuild coming together, yeah, this year. This is the year you had the team on the field and you had the farm system ready to go, both to help you go get players like Josh Naylor, who wins you the game last night, but also the guys to come in and fill in over the course of the year to augment when you needed them. I'm talking about Cole Young playing second base, Ben Williamson playing third, talking about Logan Evans and Emerson Hancock, guys that were not supposed to be on the regular roster. But when you had injuries, when you had challenges, then you got the opportunity you had the right pieces in place to fill in. This is why you rebuild. And I know for years we would hear people sort of, they've been rebuilding for 20 years. No, they hadn't. They never rebuilt. This is the first rebuild in the history of the Seattle Mariners, at least to my knowledge. Certainly in the 20, 25 years leading up to it. And it has made an enormous difference. The decision to rebuild is Jerry's best plan. The decision to rebuild is John Stanton's best decision. The decision to rebuild was always going to take a little longer to get to this point than anybody originally thought, than they originally said, because it does take longer. It's like a construction project. Now, you can get whatever quote you want, but there's going to be fits and starts and bumps and things along the way that are just delays. They're just going to take longer, and that's okay. It did. But the rebuild's now complete. You have a young core. I think I have this stat right. I believe if you look by WAR, they have the most wins under team control for the next 2 years of any team in the league outside of the Dodgers. They have a top-notch farm system, arguably the best in the game, with both depth and high impact. They have a draft system that consistently works year after year after year, and we'll talk to the mastermind of that, Scott Hunter, their amateur head of scouting. He's going to join us at 7:30 this morning, and a lot of the credit does go to him for where the team is at today. And they got one of the most complete rosters in Major League Baseball. So put all of those things together. That's a rebuild. That was the whole idea. You got a core of Cal and Julio and Logan and George, all guys that you drafted and or internationally signed and developed during this time. You used Young and Williamson and Canzone and Hancock and Evans to augment that roster over the course of the year when you needed to. And you used some of those other pieces in your excellent farm system over just the last year and a half to trade for Randy and Josh Naylor and Gino Suarez. That's why you did what you did. That's why it was always necessary. Because not good enough to just look at the big league team and say, well, we're close. Yeah, sure, you're close, but you don't have what you need to go get to the next level. How do you go good to great? Sometimes you got to go and take a step backwards first. I'm a big fan. I'm a big proponent of rebuilds in general. I think that if they're handled right and done by the right people and you show patience, you remember what we talked about the Mariners' little internal slogan was during the rebuild? Anybody remember? Patience is the shortcut. That's what was hanging up in their board. That's what was in their offices. That's what Justin Hollander told me. Patience is the shortcut. All right, well, I don't know if it ended up being short. It takes a while. And I think you eventually say, hey, thanks for hanging with us during the whole thing if you're them. But here we are in 2025, and this team is as good as any in Major League Baseball, certainly in the American League. And conversations about them going to the World Series are not out of line. They are very much a possibility. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. Baseball's weird. Baseball's funky. Baseball is very unpredictable. Ask the Tigers. Ask the Guardians. Ask everybody this year. The Twins. Everyone who's gone up and down and up and down. Ask yourselves. You know, unpredictable sport. But it is absolutely in line to be talking about them as a contender because they are one. They're the best team in the American League right now. That's why they've won 15 out of 16 games. And quite frankly, are one bad inning away from it being 16 straight. Team is playing great baseball, and they are putting themselves in position, and they have an opportunity to celebrate tonight and again the next night if they're able to come up with the number 2 seed. And all of us just get to be along for the ride.
Playoff berth? Check.
Here she comes, swing and a miss, strike 3. The Mariners are going to the postseason.
We in this thing, bruh.
The Mariners' magic number 1 to clinch the American League West pennant.
And the fans are going crazy here at T-Mobile Park.
Tonight, the Mariners and Rockies at T-Mobile. First pitch 6:40 on the home of your playoff-bound Mariners. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. Fall weather is right around the corner. Get your roof ready with Techline. Whether it's a replacement, repair, or even just a cleaning, Techline's workmanship is backed by the strongest warranty in the business. Trust Techline.
Upgrade your home's comfort, style, and energy efficiency before winter during Lake Washington Windows Autumn Savings Event. Save $500 on every window, $1,000 on every door, plus enjoy 0 payments and 0 interest for 12 months. Details at lakewashingtonwindows.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24-monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
The following is a paid advertisement for the Wellness Company.
Hey there, it's Michelle Smallman from Unsportsmanlike. I'm thrilled to be joined by Dr. Drew from the Wellness Company. And Dr. Drew, you have something very exciting to talk about today, the medical emergency kit. Tell us a little bit about this.
It is exciting. Look, I have been fighting to try to protect the patient-physician relationship my entire career, and we have lost. I finally decided I need to be involved with people that put the power back in the patient directly. These emergency kits give you everything you need so you don't have to spend $1,200 going to the emergency room. And we have a significant medical team, the medical board at TWC, and we just sat down and put together what we would want for our family, for our patients.
Oh my gosh, so anything that anyone could need is in this
and there's a
kit.
guidebook here to tell you exactly how to use it, and again, telehealth backup.
It's remarkable. It's innovative. Everyone needs to get one. UrgentCareKit.com/sports, promo code sports to get $50 off your kit. That's UrgentCareKit.com/sports, promo code sports.
Prescription required. Always consult your doctor to determine if this product is right for you.
Seattle Sports, home of your playoff-bound Mariners.
Your future is looking bright. Win a share of $150,000 in glorious golden hour cash prizes every Saturday night in September. Get ready for 24-karat fun with new winners drawn every half hour starting at 6 p.m. Stay till midnight for the guaranteed grand finale of 10 grand, 50 grand on the last Saturday of the month. Don't forget, your Reef Rewards card can save you up to 25 cents per gallon at Lummi Bay Market next to Silver Reef. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5 exit 260.
Toyota of Kirkland's service department has you covered as the summer winds down and the fall approaches. At Toyota of Kirkland, be confident in your brakes with a complimentary brake inspection. Get winter ready with a free battery health check, wiper blade installation, and multi-point inspection. Thinking of trading in? Get a complimentary vehicle appraisal. Stay ahead with the maintenance service plan at $374 plus tax. And yes, they match coupons from other local Toyota dealers. Visit ToyotaofKirkland.com to schedule your service today. Drive safe, drive smart with Toyota of Kirkland.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of men at our clinics. Most guys tell us the same story, that in their early 50s, it's not that they couldn't function, they just needed help. They started taking Viagra, and it worked great at first. But after a few years, it stopped working. The problem is that their arteries had become more restricted since they started taking it, because Viagra does not unclog arteries. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we use acoustic wave therapy to target the real problem. We break down plaque and clear up the arteries so blood can flow like it did in your 20s. This restores function. And guys, listen to this. You won't have to take a pill anymore. So if this sounds like you, give West Coast Men's Health a call today and see how we can help.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, for the second time in 4 years, the Mariners will be in the American League playoffs. The postseason is coming to a town near you. They clinched last night, though it maybe took a little longer than you might have expected. They were shut down for the first 7 innings, but then came to life in the 8th. A walk, a couple of hit-by pitches, and then one Josh Naylor line drive to the gap.
Here's the set and the 2-0 pitch. Swinging a drive deep into the gap in left center field. Down for extra bases. Rayleigh will score. Crawford will score. He's waving in Julio. Here comes Julio rounding third. He'll score. A bases clearing 3-run double by Josh Naylor.
Why wouldn't it be Josh Naylor, the guy who just seems to have as professional a bat as you could possibly ask for in every big moment? This guy sure feels like he's going to be a Mariner for a long time to come. A couple innings later, a few minutes later, you get the final out. They win. They clinch the postseason and start the party.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I'm going to enjoy tonight to the most of my ability. We still got work to do, but, you never know when you're going to get this opportunity again. So it's fun, and we plan on doing this a long time. And, baseball is such a long season. When you get that, when you get that opportunity, you got to take advantage of it.
He's right. You never know when you're going to get the opportunity again, except they can have it again like tonight. And my guess is if and when they win the division, that's when the real party starts. Last night, I think they held a little something back. everything I've heard says that's the case, and I think they'll really party tonight if and when they get it done. Just how did this come together? Yankees came back to beat the White Sox thanks to Jose Caballero with a little walk-off. Astros get smoked by the A's. They are essentially quitting and done. So we could be watching a bigger party tonight as the magic number is down to 1 to win the AL West. They could clinch the number 2 seed as soon as tomorrow night. Since Cleveland beat Detroit again, the Tigers have lost 7 straight and 10 of 11. The Guardians have won 11 of 12 and 16 of 18. Just remarkable. Further good news. Brian Wu not going to go tomorrow as he was scheduled to, but he should be ready to take the Rock in the playoffs. My guess is we see maybe an opener tomorrow, and then Emerson Hancock kind of taking the bulk innings along the way. We'll see what that looks like. Baseball also going to look a lot different next year. Congratulations, Lyle. They announced they will institute the ABS challenge system for balls and strikes, the same one we saw in spring training.
Woo! Here's the second thing you need to know.
For that.
You more excited about that or the Mariners making the playoffs?
Mariners making the playoffs, but it's probably closer
But it's closer than it should be. Exactly. Not much change in the injury status heading into tomorrow night's game in Arizona. The team, Seahawks, just held a walkthrough yesterday, so no one went full speed. In fact, the estimated practice report was identical to the way it looked just the day before. A couple of national guys starting to look at the Seahawks and see what's there. Not that much. They move up a couple spots on the old ESPN power rankings. They're now at number 14, so they get into the top half of the league, just behind Minnesota, just ahead of Denver, Arizona, and Pittsburgh. What do they need to do better? Well, Sam Darnold was pretty clear. They got to run the ball.
You know, it's huge to be able to run the football in this system. You know, we want to continue to be better, and we will be. You know, we're going to continue to, you know, and that's on me as well, being able to make the right checks and get us in the right play. But we're going to continue to get better and learn from, you know, what we've been doing in the run game.
All right, well, we'll see what that looks like, because if they can start running the ball like they're supposed to, I think this offense really takes off at that point. Arizona, not an easy team to run against, not an easy team to score against, quite frankly. That defense is actually pretty good. Russell Wilson, he's been benched. Jackson Dart is going to start the next game. They were so anxious to not start Russ that they're doing it against a Chargers defense that it's about as good as it gets in the league right now. Welcome to the NFL, Jackson Dart.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Kraken lose 4-1 in Calgary. Preseason game last night. Mitchell Schwartz had a goal. They finished the preseason road trip tonight in Edmonton. They've been kind of using half rosters, so guys kind of going back and forth in terms of who's playing in each game. Everyone ready for Saturday at Husky Stadium? Yes, a chance to knock off a number 1 ranked team. Pretty amazing. The head coach.
We're really excited about the game. We know we have a fantastic opponent coming in, the number 1 team in the country. I think that's happened 5 times in the history of Washington football. The host a number 1 team in the country hasn't happened in the last 18 years. And we recognize it's going to be an incredible challenge.
Yeah, should be a huge challenge and should be quite the scene over at Husky Stadium on Saturday as well. All right, that is everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Obviously today, a day of celebration. We had already booked Scott Hunter. He's the Mariners' chief amateur scout, head of amateur scouting. And, you know, I didn't necessarily know when we booked him that we would be sitting here chatting about the clinch and the fact that they're in the playoffs. But in many ways, he's the perfect person to talk to today. And shame on us for not talking to him more before now. I mean, like, he's one of the main architects of this and a huge, huge piece of the puzzle. I mean, obviously, it's Jerry, it's Justin, but, you know, a guy who helped draft and was part of the process and in charge of the process to draft the guys that they've brought in after years of being a kind of negative drafting team and turning them into one of the great positives. Yeah, we'll talk to Scott Hunter this morning at 7:30, and then Joel Klatt joins us at 8:30. Seahawks season underway. We want to send one of you and 3 friends to watch them and their 50th season celebration game October 5th. You just got to open the Seattle Sports app, click the Win tab to find out how. If you don't have the app, text app, APP, to 866-979-3776. We'll send you a link to download. Enter every day to increase your chances to win. The contest runs through Monday, September 29th. All right, Jeff Passan, high on the Mariners. Not a huge shock. This sounds even more fun now that they've clinched. Stick around.
By the way, I posted yesterday from his interview. I said Passan didn't want to make any declarative statements about the Mariners because he knows you guys think that he's a pox, as he put it. But he did say that an evaluator told him they're going to the World Series and that's not the only person that feels that way. And people didn't even like that. They were very mad.
Well,
lots of.
We'll get more mad and listen
keep
to
our name
Jeff
out of your mouth, Jeff
next
Passan.
on Brock and Salk.
Playoff berth? Check.
Here she comes, swing and a miss, strike three. The Mariners are going to the postseason.
We in this thing, bruh.
The Mariners' magic number? 1. To clinch the American League West pennant.
And the fans are going crazy here at T-Mobile Park.
Tonight, the Mariners and Rockies at T-Mobile. First pitch 6:40 on the home of your playoff-bound Mariners. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Well, we are heading into postseason play, which means fall is very nearly here. It means the weather is going to start getting a whole lot more crisp, a whole lot more cool. And if you don't have enough insulation in your crawl space or attic, yeah, you're going to have a problem because it's going to get real cold in your house at night and you're going to be bleeding money in terms of energy costs. So we want to help. You got to call Crawl Pros. You got to have them come out. You got to have them do the free corner-to-corner inspection of your crawl space and attic and then see what's going on with your insulation. Even better, if you're a PSE customer, your home was built before 1990, you could qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to insulate your crawl space and attic properly. Yeah, 95%. Got to act now. These rebates, many of them end at the end of the year, including federal incentives. So let Crawl Pros get your home properly insulated before that cooler fall weather really comes in and before those rebates go away. Call Crawl Pros if you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic. It's Crawl Pros, and they'll do a free corner-to-corner inspection to have you covered. Schedule it right now at crawlpros.com.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
Your time is money. Stop wasting it in I-5 gridlock. Seaport Airlines offers high-frequency commuter shuttle service from Seattle's Boeing Field to Portland. Get there faster without the hassles. Seaport Airlines. It's about time.
Hundreds of vehicles on the ground, 8 dealerships, 14 brands, all in one location. Visit West Hills Autoplex. We have more brands in one location than anywhere else in Washington State, import or domestic, new or pre-owned. We make finding your perfect vehicle easy, and that means a remarkable car buying experience for you. Skip the hassle with West Hills' streamlined buying experience and feel confident buying from your neighborhood family-owned dealerships. West Hills Autoplex, Auto Centerway exit, Highway 3, Bremerton.
The following is a paid advertisement for the Wellness Company.
Hey there, it's Michelle Smallman from Unsportsmanlike. I'm thrilled to be joined by Dr. Drew from the Wellness Company. And Dr. Drew, you have something very exciting to talk about today, the medical emergency kit. Tell us a little bit about this.
It is exciting. Look, I have been fighting to try to protect the patient-physician relationship my entire career, and we have lost. I finally decided I need to be involved with people that put the power back in the patient directly. These emergency kits give you everything you need so you don't have to spend $1,200 going to the emergency room. We have a significant medical team, the medical board at TWC, and we just sat down and put together what we would want for our family, for our patients.
Oh my gosh, so anything that anyone could need is in this
and there's
kit.
a guidebook here to tell you exactly how to use it, and again, telehealth backup.
It's remarkable. It's innovative. Everyone needs to get one. UrgentCareKit.com/sports, promo code sports to get $50 off your kit. That's UrgentCareKit.com/sports, promo code sports.
Prescription required. Always consult your doctor to determine if this product is right for you.
Seattle Sports has your chance to win 4 tickets to the Seahawks game Sunday, October 5th. Head to the Seattle Sports app, click the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter to win. You can enter once per day, so the more times you enter through the Seattle Sports app, the better your odds. Do it every day, September 23rd through September 29th. Details and rules at seattlesports.com/win. From the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. The home of your playoff-bound Mariners, Seattle Sports.
When the weather changes, your home shouldn't be the one left unprepared. Hi, I'm Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. We offer the strongest solutions in roofing, siding, decking, windows, and gutters, made for the Pacific Northwest. And right now, get 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 24 months or up to $3,000 off your next project. No gimmicks, no stress, just reliability you can count on. Visit stateroofing.com or call 866-ROOF-ROOF to schedule your free estimate today.
State Roofing, the best roof you'll ever need.
Is your car road trip ready? Don't get stranded. Get to Bucky's Complete Auto Repair. Bucky's has been preparing cars, trucks, and SUVs for safe, worry-free travel for over 50 years. We take care of your car with experience and good old-fashioned customer service. For all your oil changes, brakes, AC charging, and factory maintenance, choose Bucky's. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Visit Bucky's.com. Bucky's, where your car feels right at home.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, pretty cool week we are having here, Brock, with all kinds of clinch scenarios ahead of us as the Mariners get underway tonight with the Rockies. We got plenty of guests for you a little bit later, 45 minutes from now. Al Michaels on the show, and then Daniel Jeremiah after that. We'll get it started. It's Tuesday. It's 8:30. It's Jeff Passan. Good morning, Jeffrey.
Al Michaels, look at you going big time.
How about
boys.
that?
I love it.
That's all Brock. Brock got that one done. I have nothing to do with that. I'm just along for the ride on Al
Wow,
Michaels.
I'm utterly shocked by that, Mike.
Hey,
Brock has relationships and you don't. Oh
Yeah,
my God!
yeah.
Breaking news.
My one big contribution to the show was getting Jeff Passan on.
I know, what a loser.
That's my only connection.
Hey, Jeffrey, we had Carl Ravitch on yesterday because he called the Sunday Night Baseball game, and it was awesome.
Yeah,
to
Brock
chat
got him
with
too. Yeah.
Chat with Ravi. But how influential was the Baseball Tonight show in Jeff Passan's career?
Like the one, you mean like the one with Ravitch and Steve Phillips
Peter
and Peter
Gammons.
Gammons?
Like, I grew up on that.
Yeah.
My buddies grew up on that.
Yeah, I was gonna say Soof Campbell. Like that was everything. It was. I don't know if it was what got me into this business because my dad worked in a newspaper for 42 years, so that was probably a little bit more influential. But when I was growing up, Baseball Tonight was my favorite show. And it's still, like, to this day, you know, I started at ESPN in 2019, and I still get really excited getting to go on Baseball Tonight. And Ravi is just the smoothest operator in studio that I've ever been with. And I just, you know, that first day I was there, it was Ravi and Tim Kirkchin, and I remember, like, I'm looking out onto the set and the camera's there, and I was like, what am I doing here? This is so cool, and this is so weird, and I have incredible imposter syndrome.
I don't blame you. I don't think the Mariners do right now. Thank you for the perfect transition. I'm not quite Ravi smooth, but I'll take it. Is this let me just ask you this way. How complete is this Mariner team right now?
I'm going to do something that I did not necessarily want to do because I am very wary and very cognizant that Mariners fans believe I am a pox. And I try to like it's scared me to this point. It really has. Like, I didn't say anything on social media. The game they lost against the Royals, I was there. Like, it's the only game that they've lost in the last 2 weeks, and it's the only game in that series that I went to. But we have a story coming out on ESPN.com. I think it's tomorrow, and We've been the whole baseball writing staff has been asked to just go around and chat with sources and pick their brains about the playoffs. And first question: what's the boldest prediction you've heard from an MLB executive or scout? Passan. The Seattle Mariners are going to win the World Series. Like, that's where we're at this point, guys. And this is not two things. One, this is an evaluator who has been around for a very long time, has seen a lot of things, and whose opinion I trust. But the other part is he's not the only one who thinks that. And I think it's a function, certainly, of the American League being a festival of mediocrity. But it's also, if you just objectively look at what the Mariners are doing right now and the talent that they've had the best offense in Major League Baseball in terms of runs scored as well as peripherals in the month of September. They have a rotation where, as long as Brian Wu is healthy, Brian Wu, followed by Logan Gilbert, followed by, whether it's George Kirby or Luis Castillo, that's a lot of good starting pitching. And then you kick Bryce Miller over the bullpen in the playoffs and add him to Caleb Ferguson and Gabe Spire and Matt Brash and Edward Pizarro and Andres Munoz. And all of a sudden it's like you add that together with the quality defense that they play, and you can make an argument that they are actually the most complete team left right now.
Kind of tired of the MVP conversation. I'm going to give Cal a different award. I'm going to give him the Badonka-Conk Award. What do you think about that?
I think you need to pronounce it correctly. Can you try it one more time?
Yeah.
Nope.
It's a second D in that, Brock.
Just one more, please. Please, please, one more time.
I didn't write it down. I read your article and I didn't write it down. That's just how it was stuck in my head.
Yeah. I think that's how Missy pronounced it too, if I'm not mistaken.
Badonka-Conk?
No.
Two
Ds.
No.
Two Ds?
Yeah. It's not conk. It's a donk at the end. Try it one more time. Third time's a charm.
Badonka-Donk.
Got it.
Yeah!
Woo! I got Brock Heward to say badonkadonk on his third try.
Badonkadonk, badonkadonk, badonkadonk. Badonkadonk, badonkadonk. What is that? What is that award? What are we doing here in your column?
Do you are you aware of what a badonkadonk is?
No, I am not. No, I am not.
That's another way of saying that somebody's got a big booty.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
Nice.
As I said in the story, in awarding Cal Raleigh the Badonkadonk of the Year, he puts the Maximus in gluteus, and I was not going to award MVPs like everyone else. Number one, just because I do not want to get caught up at the discourse. Like, this is a big part of why I stopped voting. Beyond the fact that my vote potentially having a financial impact on players I didn't think was right or reasonable, but that's for each particular writer to decide for him or herself. But beyond that, it's like I just don't want to sit here and argue with people who are like going to be irrational about this. And I'm not even like questioning their irrationality. Like, I get it. You're a fan. You want to see your guy win. You watch him every day. And if you watch Cal Raleigh every day, there's no universe where you don't think he should be the most valuable player. And if you watch Aaron Judge every day, there's no universe where you think anyone else should be most valuable player. And it's I love that the debate exists for people, because I think there are exceptional cases to be made for both guys. And I'm just super interested to see what voters do, because, guys, I'll be honest, I have no idea what direction this is going to go in. And
has there ever been co-MVPs? Has there ever been just, the 30 writers just say, listen, this is so, like, these guys are both so worthy of this. And by no means am I an everybody gets a medal kind of guy. But has there been, what's a precedent for co-MVPs?
I mean, it has to be really, really lucky, because I don't think you're going to have Cal Raleigh getting 15 first place votes and Aaron Judge getting 15 second place votes and vice versa. But I suppose that's possible, because I don't think there's anybody else who's going to get a first or second place vote this year. Like if you want to say Bobby Witt Jr., Bobby Witt's been great. He has not been as good as Aaron Judge or Cal Raleigh. Jose Ramirez has been awesome, not as good. And the only time I believe was fact check me on this, 1979. I think it was Willie Stargell and Keith Hernandez in the National League.
Jeff, are you you like Zips projections? Do you have a favorite projection system? I've always gone with Zips just because of Dan. I think he does a great job.
I was going to say I think Dan Zimborski is great. Okay. I look at projections, and I always think that projections are safe, which inherently they're supposed to be and should be. But I don't think projections that I look at them and say, yeah, this is what a guy's going to do.
Agreed.
No, I think
of course you're not supposed
to. The low side of that.
But which do you think is crazier? Cal Raleigh being where he's at right now after being projected to hit 28 home runs and 80 RBI this year. He's obviously at 58 and 121. Or Jorge Polanco being less valuable to the Mariners this year than Ryan Bliss or Samad Taylor? The answer is yes.
Well, here's the thing. I get both of them.
Sure.
I get both of them. This is just such an outlier season for Cal Raleigh. Not only from his career norms, but just the perspective of the position that he plays. I don't care who we're talking about. The notion of any catcher getting close to 60 home runs is foolish because catchers don't play enough games to compile those kinds of numbers. And that's the thing. I don't know if you guys heard before the Sunday night game, I did a little video essay on Cal. And, I started off with the fact that he's there every day. Like that to me, more than the home runs, stands out. That every single day, Cal Raleigh is in this lineup. I think he's going to finish with 159 games played unless the Mariners clinch and give him a day off, which they should. But they're going to be, at this point, they're fighting for home field, right? Like that's the thing about Detroit's collapse has been not just that Cleveland is within one game and now, could be tied after tonight. It's that it's allowed the Mariners, who are 48 and 27 at home this season, to be in position to miss the wild card series altogether and then host the division series.
Their magic number is 4 to have the second seed. That's incredible with 6 left to play.
Do you guys want to know what the wildest number going on right now is? I don't know. Have you looked at the playoff odds on Fangraphs?
Yep.
Do you guys know who has the
Badonkadonk? Yep.
I mean,
it's Badonkadonk.
It is. If you mean ridiculous by that, yes it is.
Yes.
And
yes, it is.
And
especially for this fan base, Jeffrey, especially for these fans, especially for this city that wants this so stinking bad, to look at that, and there's part of them that want to just put their hands over their eyes and not really look at that.
You know why, Brock? Because that's the group of people who saw this team lose 15 of 21 games less than 3 weeks ago.
Yes. Yes.
They are eminently aware. As good as the Mariners look right now, as great as everyone feels coming off that Houston series, and with an American League clinch in sight at this point. I love Bob. I'm not going to be Bob and crown the Mariners yet because it's baseball and it's Seattle. And when you put those two things together, entropy happens. So I'm not going to say that the Mariners are going to be American League West champions, even though for months now I've been saying I think that's going to be the outcome. Well, I'm just shocked that Fangraphs thinks, and not Fangraphs as if it's a human being, but the computers that the very smart people at Fangraphs use, that they believe that the Mariners have greater than a 1 in 5 chance of winning the World Series, a number that's significantly higher than any other team in baseball. The next best team is the Mariners are at 21.5%. The Dodgers are at 14.2%. The Yankees are at 13.2%. The Blue Jays at 11.5%. The Phillies at only 9.6%. Like,
wasn't that because some of those National League teams are going to have to play each other, right? I mean, like, just to get through the gauntlet of the Phillies, Dodgers. Like, I think if you ask the same people or computers who are the best teams, I think they'd still say Phillies, Dodgers, Brewers are probably the 3 best teams in baseball. But the Mariners don't have to face any of those teams until you get to the World Series. They have to face a grouping in the American League that is nowhere close to that. And so I guess I ask you this. Let's say the Mariners do win the division, or Cleveland, Detroit, Houston, Boston will be left for 3 spots. Who's the odd man out?
My instinct tells me Houston, but the Astros are playing the A's and the Angels this week. And I know the A's have been playing better, but God, the Angels are just awful. And by the way, in the spirit of transparency and accountability, I was very wrong last week on this program about the Guardians, completely dismissing them.
Did somebody give you the business about that? Did somebody?
Yeah, Mike did, and I'm honestly, Brock, I'm perfectly okay with that. I think accountability is an important.
I'm not even going to read you the text that Salk sent to Mora.
Right.
I'm not even going to read you the text that Salky sent to me and Lyle and Mora about that.
I said I was busting your something, but it didn't come out right on autocorrect or something.
It was highly inappropriate.
It became highly inappropriate. It sounded like you and I had a different type of relationship than we do.
Is this an HR issue, guys?
It could be. Yeah, it's an autocorrect HR issue.
Did I clip it and save it for maybe a later date?
I love it. I love it when people say autocorrect without putting the air quotes up. Just give a nice little wink here, Mike. It was autocorrect.
You know what it is? Honestly, jokes aside, you know what it is? It's getting to an age where if I don't have my glasses and I'm trying to text something, I have no idea what it says by the time I send it. So I hit send without having figured out whether or not it got changed or not.
Yeah, that's how you get arson judged, though. Like you have to have better like text fidelity.
Mm-hmm. No, you're right.
Have to, because you're gonna send one off that's gonna.
You can make it bigger, Salk. You can make it like some people do.
I refuse to do that. I refuse to make it that big.
Hey, 2 serious questions here, Jeffrey. 2 serious questions. You wrote a book all about the arm, all about the elbow, all about Tommy John, all about flexor bundles. We've talked a lot about that. And I'm sure there was a section on a pec and the pectoral muscle and the impact and effects. What do we know about that? Because that's what Mr. Wu has. We'll get further detail from Mr. Hollander later this afternoon. How concerning is a pec?
There was not a section on a pec because a pec is a muscle, and muscle strains tend to sort of just come out of nowhere. I don't know what caused this with Brian Wu, but if it is as minimal as the Mariners are hoping, I think we'll see Brian Wu out there in Game 1 of the postseason, and I think he'll be just fine. But you know what I think the closest thing to liken it to is, Brock? It's an oblique. It's in the same general area, and recurrence is more frequent than you would like. But hopefully for the sake of the Mariners, this was just a one-time thing. And I know Brian Wu's been getting treatment the last few days, and there's optimism right now, but it's optimism that can vanish very quickly because of the nature of the injury.
Your guy, Carl Ravitch, had a good little point on this yesterday. I'm curious if your mind goes the same way his mind went and opinion went yesterday with us. Cal Raleigh's season this year has benefited whom the most on the Mariners around him?
I'm guessing he said Julio.
Yep.
I think there's probably some truth to that. I don't know if it's the most necessarily. I just think that when when a guy is doing unprecedented things, it benefits everyone. And I know that's kind of a cop-out, but just the way that when a guy has to get pitched around in a lineup, it's not necessarily the one before him or the one after him who benefits the most. I haven't dug in enough on pitch patterns for other players to say definitively that what Cal Raleigh has done is giving this guy the most impact. So I don't want to say that, but I get the rationale, and one would think like logically it makes sense.
And he went more intangibly, honestly, Jeff. He went more to just the pressure, right? There's been so much expectation on Julio and so much to carry, and his ceiling is so high, and he's this and he's that, and he's all these expectations. And it's like, now I get to just play free, right? And he's a free-spirited, fun spirit guy.
Yeah, I think there's that, but I think that went away a little bit, the self-inflicted pressure with Julio. I think that's come more with just him growing up a little bit. It's, it's nice to sit here and think that Cal Raleigh's emergence as a superstar would free Julio, but I think that sort of sells Julio short, as if because one guy is performing that suddenly he doesn't feel the need to be great. The need to be great for him is there because it's inherent, not because it's what the Mariners need from him. I think all of those sorts of things, they tend to emanate more from the kind of personality you have than the people who are surrounding you. And let's not forget, like, Cal Raleigh had 38 home runs last year. Like, he wasn't a jobber last year. He had turned into not this version of himself, but a pretty reasonable facsimile. And I don't look at Julio like he's changed a whole lot as a player. I know he's striking out less, and that's nice to see. And I know he's tapped into the power that we've seen in past seasons. In a lot of ways, and correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't this kind of remind you of 2023 Julio?
Kind of reminds me of every year Julio, like some struggles, and then he comes roaring back in the second half, and with a couple of steals, is going to be 30-30 again. I mean, it just really remarkable. I was going through some of the numbers that the Mariners could end up with here by the end of the year. And, there's some really cool milestones, I guess you would call them, that are still in play. Cal could get to 60 home runs, obviously. He's not going to get to 20 stolen bases. He would need 6 more. So he's not that far from 60-20, but it's not going to happen. Julio needs 2 steals for 30-30. Randy needs 3 home runs.
Randy's close. Yeah.
3 home runs and 2 steals for 30-30. Gino needs 3 home runs to get to 50. But my favorite little stat is this. Do you know, this is so bizarre, do you know how many stolen bases Ken Griffey Jr. had in his best stolen base career of his season of his career?
25.
24. Or 4 fewer than Josh Naylor has this year.
I know. It's absolutely absurd. I was kind of sad in my I gave out the awards today, and in the same article as the Badonkadonk of the year, I crowned the Thief of the year and gave it to Juan Soto. And Juan Soto leads Major League Baseball in stolen bases in the second half.
That's crazy.
Juan Soto, he's got 35 steals this season. He had never stolen more than 13 bases in a season more than 12 bases in a season previously. Like, it's just so funny to look at stolen base leaders like Agustin Ramirez, who is a catcher with a Cal Raleigh caliber body from Miami Marlins, has more stolen bases in the second half than Bobby Witt Jr., Ellie De La Cruz, Fernando Tatis Jr., and like a number of guys. And it's one of those things that goes to show that there are little marginal advantages still left in baseball.
Yeah. There sure are, and the Mariners have one of them in Josh Naylor. He's stealing bags. He's coming up with big hits. He's giving hilarious interviews afterwards. He is a really, really integral piece to what this team is doing right now. Pretty darn cool. All right, the Mariners are in. They've clinched. Brock's in next. We're talking about it all morning long next on Brock and Salk.
MLB Network insider John Morosi with Wyman and Bob.
We look forward to it each and every week. Look at that smile. He's already smiling.
This is a really good Seattle team that looks like a division winner. They're playing like it, and their closest competition, their flaws are showing up in the worst possible time. So they should win the division. They probably will. The Seattle Mariners right now are the best team in the American League West, and there are plenty of people who think they might be the best team in the entire league.
See the full conversation on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Hey, are aches, injuries, or everyday pain slowing you down? Well, it is time to move better, feel stronger, and get back to doing what you love. IRG Physical and Hand Therapy is now accepting new patients, and no referral is needed. Their expert team offers personalized hands-on care to help you recover faster and stay pain-free longer. Shannon, what is it like to see new patients walk through your doors?
Brock, it's wonderful. You know why? It's because it's an opportunity for us at IRG to make a difference in someone's lives. It's so important that when people come in, they experience engagement, coaching, teaching. We build relationships with our patients, and we want to make it easy. We all know that healthcare has a lot of what I call minutia in it. We have a concierge call center. When you call, we're going to check your authorization, verification, certification, justification. We're going to find out everything we need to know about your insurance, and we're going to make it easy for you because we want you focusing on getting better.
And all you got to do is head over to irgpt.com to find the clinic nearest you. irgpt.com.
Tired of uneven heating, noisy systems, and high energy bills? The Quilt ductless heat pump from Home Comfort Alliance gives you room-by-room control and serious savings with every system, and every system qualifies for max tax credits. Call the Comfort People at homecomfortalliance.com.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service will help your company with logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linen, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do. Visit suplinen.com.
After 35 years in the window industry, I know choosing the right team for your window or door project is a big decision. Adrian here, owner of Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Treating your home with care while offering top quality products is important to me. Our windows are 25% more energy efficient than Energy Star standards, reduce noise by up to 50%, and feature low maintenance clean glass technology. Combined with our leading leak armor installation and lifetime warranty, you get protection for life. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com, a name you can trust.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, everything you need and nothing you don't.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
The following is a paid advertisement for the Wellness Company.
Hey there, it's Michelle Smallman from Unsportsmanlike. I'm thrilled to be joined by Dr. Drew from the Wellness Company. And Dr. Drew, you have something very exciting to talk about today, the medical emergency kit. Tell us a little bit about this.
It is exciting. Look, I have been fighting to try to protect the patient-physician relationship my entire career, and we have lost. I finally decided I need to be involved with people that put the power back in the patient directly. These emergency kits give you everything you need so you don't have to spend $1,200 going to the emergency room. And we have a significant medical team, the medical board at TWC, and we just sat down and put together what we would want for our family, for our patients.
Oh my gosh, so anything that anyone could need is in this
and there's
kit.
a guidebook here to tell you exactly how to use it, and again, telehealth backup.
It's remarkable. It's innovative. Everyone needs to get one. UrgentCareKit.com/sports, promo code sports to get $50 off your kit. That's UrgentCareKit.com/sports, promo code sports.
Prescription required. Always consult your doctor to determine if this product is right for you.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike. Mike
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
The Mariners are in the postseason, Brock. Once again, second time in 4 years, the Mariners find themselves in the postseason. Now, they still got a lot more to accomplish along the way. The celebration last night, I think, was tempered by the fact that they can still clinch the AL West as soon as tonight, with Houston losing last night. So I think they still wanted to.
So did they do that all again? They put the plastic up again?
Oh,
they get
yes.
bins of beer and
100%.
champagne and goggles. They do it all over again.
Not only will they do it all again, but if and when they win tonight, they'll do it bigger tonight than they did last night. I think last night was a 60%.
Was it really?
Yeah, I don't think last night was the real deal. It was fun.
Who was Energy Boy? What was his name again?
That was Munenori Kawasaki.
Maybe they need to sign him because that guy could go. It didn't matter.
He could help with the party.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So do they do it again when they clinch the? They don't do it again when they clinch the 2
I would
seed.
be surprised if that one. No, I don't think so. No, I think you do it tonight if and when you clinch, and then that's it until you win a series, and then obviously they get escalatingly larger and larger and more intense the farther into it you go. But it was quite the party last night. As the Mariners are back in the postseason. I spent a lot of time at 6, Brock, talking about the rebuild and how that's what got them here and how it's now done, right? I mean, like at this point, you have a fully formed organization with a major league roster as good as almost anybody's out there, and certainly in the American League, a minor league system to go with it, the players to augment when you need them who are major league ready, the trades you need to go make, and Josh Naylor comes up with the huge hit again last night. You just love him, don't you?
I actually had a buddy in Salk he's from Vancouver originally and known him a long time, and he's a baseball guy and he's coached a lot of baseball teams and helps us with some financial planning, and it was really neat to watch after football practice to watch the game with him. He's going to be there tonight actually in the good seats behind home plate where he loves watching the Mariners. And it was that much cooler, man, to watch it with friends, and that and what was it, 36,000 last night in the park, and they wanted to be right there in the clubhouse. And Naylor loves them, and Cal loves them, and they both those guys spoke to those fans. And yeah, man, that's 12-year-old Brock on the couch yesterday, right? Like, is this going to happen? How's this going to happen? Why is this guy that's terrible shutting us down? What is going on? Can we find a way, please? Somebody deliver.
Were you freaking out last night?
No, I wasn't freaking out like
Okay,
long-term freaking
I
out.
hope
but
not.
But it was one of those like, this guy's got a 9 ERA.
Yeah.
The Rockies hadn't struck out 13 guys all season. They struck us out 15 times.
I know.
And you're just kind
If
of
only
waiting.
they'd only struck out 7 times like the Astros last night, then they'd be fine.
Just kind of waiting for it to happen. And once Luke Raley got hit, me, you,
come on, you just
Lyle, like you just knew,
right?
The
Like,
Rockies
let's
just knew.
let this
Uh-oh.
team
Here we
completely
go.
implode. They're just horrendous. And the Mariners, yeah, they're probably a little flat.
Just emotionally, sure.
Probably a little flat coming off the incredible road trip and the emotion in Houston and then a day off. Like, I'm not that surprised if they came out a little flat. And Cal talked about it afterwards and said, yeah, they were a little flat and didn't play good baseball last night. But They're good enough to play 1 or 2 good innings against a terrible team like that, win the game, and go on to the next day. And I don't see that as being a lasting problem for them. The celebration was great. Cal, now, it's become a thing now, right? When you celebrate, you get to say whatever you want. And Cal did last night.
I love you. Might as well go win the whole thing.
Yes. Thank you, Cal. And of course, he's channeling this, right?
Well, then I guess there's only one thing left to do. What's that? Win the whole thing.
How many times do you think Cal has seen Major League? I'm going to bet that number is close to triple digits. Maybe not. But it's certainly it's double digits.
High school, college, minor league hotels. Yeah, definitely probably 25, a couple dozen, I would imagine.
You could also tell he was nervous to say it last night. He was a little bit in the middle of should I do it, should I not do it? Because if you listen to that sound again, it's let's go win the whole thing.
I love you. Might as well go win the whole thing.
See, you can tell.
The guy who's so ultra confident, not quite sure of his, what.
That
am I on
won't be
solid
played in
ground
the
here?
classroom in Graham this morning like my home run was. That one-liner's probably not going to be played in the schools for the kids.
That's pretty funny. That is pretty good. Cal leading the charge with the big celebration last night. What stood out to you?
Yeah, the guy, we've had this conversation the last month or so. We'll have it over the next couple of weeks. We'll have it hopefully into a run to the World Series. Salk, who do you want up in those moments? Like who, if that lineup can turn over and you can get a couple people on base, because we know that was kind of playoff baseball. It's kind of how it looks. There are a lot of strikeouts. There are not usually a lot of runs. There's usually a big hit or a singular inning. And who do you want up? I want that guy up. I wanted him up a month ago. He had a little bit of a tough road trip, came back. Have you seen his numbers at home, by the way? Have you seen his
They're
numbers
unbelievable.
at T-Mobile?
He loves
got over
this
1,000
place.
OPS.
He loves this place.
He's got over 1,000. He's got over 1,000 OPS at home.
Hilarious.
It just fits him.
Everything about this guy is off. I love it.
I tweeted, and I have felt this way this season, and I think I've said this to you before. He feels like Marshawn. He feels like, as far as all the different trades that you could look at on the other side, all the trades the Mariners have made through the years, he feels like, because Marshawn was a really good collegiate player. Marshawn was a good player in Buffalo. I think 1,000-yard season. He's a good player. Just didn't fit there. And Naylor has been a tremendous player, and he fit in Cleveland. And I don't think he ever really enjoyed Arizona, and he is loving this. And just his edge, just his aura, just his way, it just was exactly what this clubhouse needed. In the same vein that everything Marshawn was, especially early, was exactly what Pete Carroll and that locker room
That's a really
needed.
good point, Brock. And I think you're absolutely right. It's a great comp. Obviously, they do it in slightly different ways. They're not the same personality, but in terms of being that missing puzzle piece of personality that the team needed, I think you could not be more accurate about that. And what's interesting to me about Naylor is some of it's the edge, some of it's the professional at bat, because the guy's a really good player, and you see it last night. And then, you don't always hear this, but Andres Munoz, after that game, look, he comes in that spot. I love it because I think that's really good training for him for what's to come here, right? A lot of pressure on you to get this done, one-run game. I know you're not facing the murderer's row with the Rockies there in the ninth inning.
No, you got 6, 7, and 8 in their lineup.
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, that's essentially guys who should probably be in double A. But okay, you got to, and he said his adrenaline was pumping a little bit, and guess who came over to help?
It was a little bit extra in there. But yes, it's just it's awesome to see them, how, especially Naylor, how he helped calm me down in that situation. I always look at him after a hitter comes in, batter, whatever he do. I look at him, and the first thing that he told me, he did a sign of calm down, get the second out. And as soon as I got the second out, he told me the same thing, calm down, get the second out, get the third out. And it was awesome to see that. And that tells you how much experience he has.
That's awesome.
Tough to hear if you missed any of it just with the music in the background. Sorry about that. But essentially what he said is after every batter, after every out, he looked over at Naylor, who just told him, hey, calm down. You're good. Calm down.
Yep, finish. Go finish this thing. He's a calming force at first base, Salk. Those guys can throw the ball anywhere and everywhere, and the dancing bear over there just finds a way to get everything done. And then he's got a little gnarl on his face, too, when he's got to pick it and he's got to dig it and he's got to move. He's in the box. There's nobody else he wanted in that moment. And, he takes ball one. He looks at ball two. Great take. And he gets a 2-0 pitch out over the plate, short swing, and puts it in that gap. And you knew right away, right at contact. Julio's probably flying deep. Man, the replay, he was flying. There was no chance he was not scoring.
No.
Oh, my gosh.
There's 2 outs. I mean,
Yes,
of course
yes.
he's going to score there.
Well, and he can go.
He can go. When
He
you
can
ask
really,
Julio
really
to go first to home, he can really show
No
off
problem
some
there,
of that
boss.
speed.
No
So
problem. I got that club.
I guess there's only one thing left to
I guess
do.
there's only one thing left to do.
What's that?
Win the whole thing.
Playoff berth? Check.
Here she comes, swing and a miss, strike 3. The Mariners are going to the postseason.
We in this thing, bruh. The Mariners' magic number? 1. To clinch the American League West pennant.
And the fans are going crazy here at T-Mobile Park.
Tonight, the Mariners and Rockies at T-Mobile. First pitch 6:40 on the home of your playoff-bound Mariners. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Yeah, not surprisingly, we're talking a lot this morning about team. It's Mike Salk here, and it does take a team to accomplish all of your goals. Do you have a team when it comes to your financial goals? Because there's so many questions out there. It's really hard to know all of it by yourself, right? What's going on right now with the stock market, the interest rates, tax changes. You really do need help with that. What if you're leaving an old job, an old 401k with a previous employer? Do you know that could create higher investment costs? If you got an old 401k and you're not sure what to do with it, just for example, call Trajan Wealth today and discuss how to optimize those funds and get that money working for you again. Their number is 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300 or TrajanWealth.com. Their core philosophies include low expenses, manager tenure, and tax efficiency. Pretty simple, just a few key qualities that differentiate Trajan Wealth portfolio from all of their competitors. Again, call Trajan Wealth today to schedule a complimentary introductory meeting and just learn more. 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Rain is coming. Is your roof ready? The rainy season is approaching fast, Seattle, and 3 Tree Roofing has your roof replacement covered. Get $500 off by scheduling your free estimate at 3treeroofing.com. Their professional installers guarantee a seamless replacement this rainy season. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we don't just promise to get the job done, we back it up. No travel charge, no show-up fee, no overinflated pricing, and no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional each and every day. O'Neill Plumbing.
The following is a paid advertisement for the Wellness Company.
Hey there, it's Michelle Smallman from Unsportsmanlike. I'm thrilled to be joined by Dr. Drew from the Wellness Company. And Dr. Drew, you have something very exciting to talk about today, the medical emergency kit. Tell us a little bit about this.
It is exciting. Look, I have been fighting to try to protect the patient-physician relationship my entire career, and we have lost. I finally decided I need to be involved with people that put the power back in the patient directly. These emergency kits give you everything you need so you don't have to spend $1,200 going to the emergency room. And we have a significant medical team, the medical board at TWC, and we just sat down and put together what we would want for our family, for our patients.
Oh my gosh, so anything that anyone could need is in this
and there's
kit.
a guidebook here to tell you exactly how to use it, and again, telehealth backup.
It's remarkable. It's innovative. Everyone needs to get one. UrgentCareKit.com/sports, promo code sports to get $50 off your kit. That's UrgentCareKit.com/sports, promo code sports.
Prescription required. Always consult your doctor to determine if this product is right for you.
Storybook season by Cal Raleigh. He has done it.
2026 Mariners season ticket memberships are on sale now. There's no better way to catch Cal, Julio, and the crew at T-Mobile Park with year-round savings, no ticket fees, access to exclusive pre-sales and events, and more. And you've got 2 great options. Reserved memberships let you lock in the best locations in the ballpark so you can make your favorite spot home all summer long, whether you want to catch 20 games or the whole season.
Oh, he makes the catch. What a snag by Julio Rodriguez.
Or go with a Flex membership, which gives you the freedom to choose your seats, games, and number of tickets as you go. Terrace Club, bleachers, right behind the dugout, divvy it up however you want. This season's been a whole lot of fun, and you won't want to miss out in 2026. Come on board today at mariners.com/26.
The Mariners, their third consecutive shutout win.
Mariners baseball. Seize the moment.
Baseball's postseason lives here on Seattle Sports, the home of your playoff-bound Mariners.
Hundreds of vehicles on the ground, 8 dealerships, 14 brands, all in one location. Visit West Hills Autoplex. We have more brands in one location than anywhere else in Washington State, import or domestic, new or pre-owned. We make finding your perfect vehicle easy, and that means a remarkable car buying experience for you. Skip the hassle with West Hills' streamlined buying experience and feel confident buying from your neighborhood family-owned dealerships. West Hills Autoplex, Auto Centerway exit, Highway 3, Bremerton.
With football season comes colder weather, so if you need new windows and doors, don't drop the ball. Steve Rabel here with Keith Dashafi from locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. So Keith, what's your next big play?
Well, Steve, right now get 40% off qualifying installs or no payments and no interest for 12 months on approved credit.
Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Second time in 4 years, Brock, the Mariners are in the American League playoffs. They clinch last night and might have taken a little longer than anybody hoped. It was not their best game through the first 7 innings, but that's okay. They're playing the Rockies. They could wait them out, and in the 8th, they got a couple of hit by pitches, they got a walk, and they got Josh Naylor.
Here's the set, and the 2-0 pitch. Swinging a drive, deep into the gap in left center field, down for extra bases. Rayleigh will score, Crawford will score. He's waving in Julio. Here comes Julio rounding third, he'll score. A bases clearing, 3-run double by Josh Naylor. Holy smokes, the Mariners have the lead. 4-3 here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Naylor comes through in the clutch with 2 outs, a double into the gap in left center field, scoring Rayleigh, Crawford, and Julio Rodriguez. It's a brand new ball game, and the fans are on their feet here at T-Mobile Park.
There was not a fan in that building that didn't know it was over at that point. Like, oh, this sucker's over.
Salky, it wasn't 1995.
No.
It wasn't. Yeah, nope, it wasn't. It wasn't the ALDS against the Yankees. It wasn't any of that. But there was, I was thinking as Julio was running, it'd be so fun to measure how fast Ken Griffey Jr. was running from first to home on Edgar's double down the line. It was a different spot. This was to the gap, to the deepest part of the park.
Yep.
Once it rolled to the fence, it was going to be a much easier. He didn't even have to slide. He could celebrate with his arms up on about halfway down the third base line. But I was wondering, how fast? Because Ken was flying on that turf in that moment. He knew it was going to be a close play. Julio knew I get to show off my elite speed, and Naylor knew because he looked to the dugout, Salk, right after he made contact. He knew.
Of course he knew.
He looked over to his boys right there, just like he knew when Julio was going to make that catch, and he could turn his back to it and look at the dugout. This dude has brought the edge, and however you want to characterize it, that this clubhouse really needed, and what a difference he's made.
Well, you mentioned Julio and the big sprint around the bases. He's pretty excited for where they're at.
I mean, it was awesome. It was awesome, and we have such a special team. Everybody really rallies for each other, and to be able to be here with this whole group, it means the world to me. I know it means the world to the city of Seattle and to other fans that have been out supporting us, and I'm just so grateful. I'm so grateful that we're back in it, and we have a really good team that we can do something special in the postseason.
We talk a lot about Cal and what happened with him in spring training and the conversations with management, but you remember the conversation we had with Julio, where he just said, "I don't care what anybody thinks. I think we got a good team. I look around, I see the talent. I think we have a good team." And maybe a guy like Julio believed more in Jorge Polanco than a lot of us did in that moment. Maybe Julio had a sense that Dominic Canzone had more in him than he'd shown at that point. Or I don't know. But he sure seemed to be pretty confident in the group they had, almost defiant about it in spring training. And you hear him there. He's saying the exact same things, never wavered.
What are you doing last night? You going champagne? You going Modelo's?
Or like if I'm in the clubhouse?
Yeah. If you saw did you see the big cart of the
Yeah.
empty cans?
Yeah.
What's Salky going?
You don't want to
By the
chug too
way-
much champagne. It'll come right back out. It's so bubbly. I've made that mistake before.
What would Mora's volume control be?
Ooh. Challenging. Very challenging, no doubt. All right. It's a good atmosphere for it, though. If you're going to be loud, that's the place to be loud.
Absolutely.
Andres Munoz did his thing in the ninth. Mariners clinch playoff spot, Brock. They've won 15 of 16 games now. Pretty incredible. Yankees came back to beat the White Sox.
Are though?
Astros get smoked by the A's as they look like they just are done for the year and would like to quit. So it could be another party tonight. Magic number now uno to win the AL West. They could clinch the number 2 seed tomorrow night as well, since Cleveland beat Detroit again. You realize the Tigers have lost 7 straight and 10 of 11? Meanwhile, the Guardians have won 11 of 12 and 16 of 18. Just incredible. Good news on the Brian Wu front. Not going to go tomorrow, but should be ready to take the rock in the playoffs. I did see him there yesterday, Brock, running around. Looked fine. He had a football. He was throwing that around. I'm not that concerned about Brian Wu. And yes, baseball will look different next year. MLB announces they will institute the ABS challenge system that we saw in spring training.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
That might make Lyle's volume control out of a bit of a challenge. He's pretty excited about that. Not much change in the injury status heading into tomorrow night's football game in Arizona. Seahawks held a walkthrough, so no one went full speed, but the estimated practice report identical to the day before.
Isn't that wild? Play Sunday.
Yep.
And then really you don't have full speed practice all week.
Right.
So Monday is a recovery. Look at the tape and very quickly turn the page and start to put your plan in. Tuesday is a walkthrough. Today is a travel day. Thursday you play. These Thursday games, man, I understand it. You know why, but as a player, my gosh. And even as a coach, to try to cram and put everything in and get you guys ready to play. Yeah, as DJ said to us yesterday, the most important thing is getting your body right. And they have certainly this week done all they could to try to ramp these guys up.
Well, and they've also used a lot of depth, which was helpful, right? I mean, using a lot of the roster over the last couple of games, Leonard Williams has looked at those guys and said, yeah, he's not surprised they're helping out.
That's something that coach has pretty much harped on since OTAs as well, is that, he used, Josh Jobe as an example of somebody who, wasn't, starting when he first got here, somebody that got here mid-season and things like that. And, he kind of had to step into a role and kind of took over. And he was showing guys who are in that position that, it's always next man up. And we take pride in having depth in all positions. And, the rest of the team is also going to support and have faith in whoever has to step up into those roles as well.
That's amazing, because I was told that they didn't see any difference between anyone on the roster. So he did know that Josh Jobe had to earn a role. Weird.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Kraken lose 4-1 in Calgary last night. Brock, they'll finish up this little preseason road trip tonight in Edmonton. And, of course, everybody's getting ready. Saturday, Husky Stadium, trying to knock off a number 1 ranked team. The Buckeyes come to town. Jed Fish knows what that means.
We're really excited about the game. We know we have a fantastic opponent coming in, the number 1 team in the country. I think that's happened 5 times in the history of Washington football. The host of number 1 team in the country hasn't happened in the last 18 years. And we recognize it's going to be an incredible challenge.
Who was that last one team? Was that Miami in no?
What do you say, 18 years? I'd be like 07.
Yeah, who would that have been? I'll have to look that up. I should know that. I'll have that ready for Washington Wednesday at 9
USC
o'clock.
probably at some point?
Yeah, probably USC. Probably USC.
Probably USC.
So we'll take a look at those matchups versus those 5 number ones. Right. I was at one of them on the sideline in 01 when they beat Miami. Do you realize as well, Salk, that UW has a 22-game home winning streak?
I don't think I did.
They have not lost in years. Penix's crew went undefeated. They went undefeated all of last season. It's been since 2023.
They'll be putting that one on the line, I would say, on Saturday with Ohio State coming to town. All right, there you go. That is everything you need to know, quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. One of the guys that has contributed a tremendous amount to the excitement we're all feeling right now in the air all around Seattle hardly ever gets mentioned. We've never talked to him before, Brock, and we really don't even mention his name that often, and that's on us. When we booked this interview, we didn't know that they were going to have clinched the night before, but in many ways, it's absolutely the perfect fit for today. Scott Hunter will join us next. We'll tell you who that is and let you hear from a man who really helped build this thing next on Brock and Salk.
Touchdown, Seahawks! Celebrating 50 years of Seahawks football.
Number 38, Max Strong, fullback. Certainly one of the great Seahawks of all time. Selfless player, leader on that offense, played special teams, and was a great receiver out of the backfield.
The Hawks aim for their 3rd straight win, playing under the Thursday night lights in Arizona against the division rival Cardinals. Kickoff 5:15, pregame at 2.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
All right, we are starting to head inside, right, as the temperatures will start to get a little chillier these days, and there's a little less daylight as well. We'll spend more time watching football, the playoffs, the postseason. It's all on the way. But it also brings us a little closer to all the food, the chips, the snacks, everything that's waiting patiently in the pantry. And we're probably not as active outside this time of year as well. So you don't really want to let that number on the scale start to increase. Instead, let's help it decrease. You got the ability. You could do it. You can lose essentially a pound a day with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. I did it. And once I did, I realized just how incredible this program is. Lost 24 pounds in a month, 35 after just 8 weeks. That's not that hard. No injections, no surgery, no prepackaged meals or anything like that. You don't count calories. You don't even need to exercise. No, the Eastside Weight Loss Clinic plan is all about eating healthy and very delicious food that you buy at the grocery store. So if you're thinking about it, just make a call. 15-minute phone call is all it takes to get started. Book that time right now at eastsideweightlostclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlostclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Have you tried the dining district at the Bellevue Collection? Grab lunch with friends, meet up for happy hour, and stay for dinner and beyond. You can sample international flavors and local favorites from talented chefs. Try a new cocktail on a rooftop bar or watch the game with friends. And explore the lively nightlife scene. The Dining District at the Bellevue Collection, where your taste adventure begins. Learn more at BellevueCollection.com/dining district.
Hey Seattle, Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. Call Techline Roofing and trust the team I trust. With the strongest warranty in the business, Techline Roofing has you covered. That's TEKLINE roofing.com. Trust Techline.
Are you road trip ready? Bucky's Complete Auto Repair will make your car safe and dependable with expert service and old-fashioned care. Brakes, oil change, factory service, and more. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Bucky's.com.
I saw her texting coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Stacey Rost here. It's time to recognize a woman in our sports community with the 2025 Women of Inspiration Award. The nominations are in, and the Seattle chapter of WISE, which stands for Women in Sports and Events, needs your help selecting a winner. Voting is open now until September 26th at woiseattle.org. The winner will receive a generous cash donation from WISE and their partners for the cause of their choice. Help honor a local woman today. Vote by September 26th at woiseattle.org.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III!
Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
It's G. Scott. School's back, and it's rally time. Time to rally around the campaign to keep kids healthy. Kids need fruits and veggies to grow strong and stay focused, but for families on tight budgets, that's not easy. Safeway and the Washington State Department of Health have teamed up and need your help. Every dollar you donate at Safeway checkout helps families in need. And with SNAP Produce Match, they get twice as much for the dollar. Next time you're at Safeway, please donate to keep kids healthy.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Rick Riz here with Luke Wilson, a local owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. With your help and the Improve Your Play program, Pella has chosen a local youth athletic program to receive a $5,000 grant. Luke, who's the lucky winner this week?
Rick, we could not be more excited to announce Shelton Youth Football and Cheer as one of 2 winners of this $5,000 grant.
Thanks to Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington for helping our local youth thrive.
2026 Mariners season ticket memberships are on sale now. Catch Cal, Julio, and the crew at T-Mobile Park with year-round savings, no ticket fees, and more. You've got 2 great options. Reserved memberships let you lock in the best locations in the ballpark, whether you want to catch 20 games or the whole season. Or go with a flex membership and choose your seats, games, and number of tickets as you go.
There it goes! Storybook season by Cal Raleigh!
Come on board today at mariners.com/26.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk
Weekdays 6 to 10.
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Yeah, rare to start off an interview with an apology, Brock, but I think we probably should, as Scott Hunter joins us right now, Mariners Director of Amateur Scouting. Scott, when we started planning this to have you on, I don't think we knew that it would be, 7:30 the morning after a celebration like last night. So apologies if you're not at 100%. Apologies if you stayed up later than normal. But hopefully you can muster through, because what a night that was last night.
Nah, definitely be able to muster through. Thanks for having me, obviously. And, 7:30 today will be a lot easier than hopefully 7:30 tomorrow. If we can pull off the next step of this thing.
So we were just saying that this morning. So what do you think last night was on a scale of, a percentage scale? The celebration last night, like a 60% maybe?
I don't know if it even hit that. I had a moment with Cal a little bit, and he's very focused, and he said today's going to be easy. We're going to take this quietly, but tomorrow could get crazy. So, and I'll leave some of the other words out of there, but these guys are focused, which is really exciting right now. And they knew what's at stake. They enjoyed the moment last night, and as we did as a front office and an organization. But more importantly, I don't think they're done, and that is something special to be aware of situations like that. And this kid has a chance to be a special group.
I want to talk generally about scouting and amateur draft and kind of the way this team was built. We'll get to that in a moment. But since you mentioned Cal and the moment you had with him yesterday, let's just start there. Can you take us back to scouting and drafting Cal Raleigh?
Yeah, it's kind of one of those, we were in our infancy stages as a group, as a scouting group together. I think it was my second year, 2018 draft. So, we're learning how to use information. We're learning how to use all the new, age data and stuff that, you see highlighted all over baseball now. But to be honest, it was really scout driven to start. And then, just a good team collaboration of events that rolled into it. Didn't hurt that I had a little bit of knowledge of who Cal was. I'm just, minor league roommates with his uncle. even though during the time it was hard to get information to see if he was going to sign or not, because, Cal had a interesting path to getting drafted in the third round. His sophomore year wasn't the greatest college, year of a, top prospect. He had some injuries he dealt with, didn't really go to the summer circuit the following summer because he was just getting ready and healing up. And then went out, had a really good year. And, when he's sitting there in the third round and you have a bunch of scouts and a bunch of team members behind the scenes going, well, why aren't we talking about this guy? And you look up and you see and you go, man, we got a catcher, a switch hitting catcher that can really play the position and also has the leadership skills, which it's kind of funny to see what he's doing now and reading guys' reports from those times about, more about the human being than the player and what he was capable of doing as a leader. And when you make that pick, you never know what's going to happen, but he's far exceeded any expectation that I could have had, I think, or this organization has had.
Scott, if Salky and I were sitting next to you during a game last night, for example, and we could see your thought bubbles. They pop out of your head, and we get to just see them like an old MTV video. Do you have just a constant pop-up thought of these guys when you did watch them, when you did evaluate them, when you did scout them and draft them? Or is it just kind of all present tense?
No, I think, the last couple of years it starts really hitting in, especially when, I'm walking into the ballpark last night, going into the office, midday after I, got into town, and you start seeing like the big pictures of players on the side of the building and they're the guys like, Logan and George and Cal and, and Bryce and Brian, and you go, wow. And it's more of a proud moment because I like to try to stay in the moment because I don't want to ever get complacent. And we preach that to our group is, we got to keep doing this. We got to sustain this. Baseball, obviously, we all know can humble you real quick, but to have moments like that, it's more about the reflection of, seeing these guys when they were 19, teenagers and early 20s and then growing into this, but really reflect on the staff that we have and the group that, we've put together here and the leadership under Jerry and Justin to give us some guidelines to work under as department heads and then just let us go to work and do our thing. And when you have moments like that, it's more about the people and the staff that you have that are really a big part of this. And, I joke with our guys, but I mean it from, deep down in my heart is, I'm very fortunate to get to represent a very good group of men and women that really care about what the Mariners are doing and what Seattle baseball is. And those are the moments that I have more so than, any one draft pick. It's more about the group and the team and the atmosphere that we've created here over the last, 9 years I've been here.
Talking to the Mariners director of amateur scouting, Scott Hunter, who really did help build this team through the draft and the nucleus they have and the guys still to come and the guys who augmented the regulars on the roster this year and even the guys that were shipped off in order to help bring back Josh Naylor and Eugenio or Randy last year. You mentioned the system and you mentioned some of I'll use the word analytics, but I know it kind of goes deeper than that exists now in baseball. How do scouts work within a framework and a system that also involves all of these other ways of analyzing a player? How does scouting fit into that in the current world of the Seattle Mariners?
Yeah, and you know what? It's funny. I think it's more important than ever, especially in the amateur scouting world, and it's something that Jerry's really empowered us and my group to be. It's that, our scouts in the field have really taken pride into understanding the person, the player, the background, and we have a lot of experts, and I'm not one of them. I'm not an expert in any advanced analytics or high performance or player development or medical stuff, but we have a lot of experts that see the game and see players through different lenses. And what we've tried to do here is create a system that empowers everybody to have their view on a player. And then it's really my job to play referee and bring it all together and try to make a good decision. And when it comes to analytics, you can open up a computer these days and see what a player is doing and what their stat lines are and what their underlying information is, but it doesn't give you that next layer of like who they are, how they're wired, what the game means to them, what kind of work ethic are they. And that's the one thing I think our scouts from top to bottom, and it's been a message from Jerry, is give us something that doesn't show up in the computer. And, we can, I could probably tell you, if I look at a player page or a stat line and say what this guy can do at the big leagues, but it doesn't tell you if he's a winning player or what he's going to do 3, 4, 5 years from now. And that's why I think Cal is a great example. We loved a lot of things about him that, we saw on a stat page, but it didn't show you what kind of leader he was. I even went back to my report from 2018 and There was a quote in there. I said, man, this guy just plays like he has the leader of the ship, cares about his pitchers and cares about the guys around him. And when you watch him walk around a clubhouse, what is it, 9 years, 6 years, 7 years, how many years later it is now, and the amount of, respect he has for being a guy that just goes to work every day. He's improved in every area. If you told me he was going to be a platinum gold glove winner and hit, 58, 60 home runs and do all that, I'd probably, I'd tell you you're nuts. But that's a credit to our scouts, knowing the person, the player, and letting a player like him get into a system like Andy McKay has developed in our player developments. Like, we have things running in the right direction right now. Like, our scouting's doing the right things, and then we're putting them in programs and systems to be successful. And it turns out to be guys like Cal Raleigh, who you thought were going to be good players, turning into great players.
You know what I hear from you, Scott Hunter, with us here? I hear alignment. The same way that I hear on the NFL side, or different guests we've had on, and Mike Mayock, the old GM of the Raiders, on, and he talked about just how many teams in the NFL do not have that alignment, and it just does not give them a chance. Just listening to you talk through the entirety of the process with your scouts and with management and with development, how critical is alignment of all of that to the success that we're seeing on the field, including the playoff run now?
Yeah, I think there's two. Alignment's a big one, because I was actually sitting with our minor league hitting coordinators up here for September, CJ Gilliam, and he's like, man, you guys have done a great job. I said, no, we have. I said, it's like the chicken and the egg. I mean, what comes first, player development or scouting? And when you have it siloed off, and those arguments are created, then some bad things can happen. But over the years, the relationships we have, our scouts have with, being able to pick up the phone and call someone PD, or, when I go down right after the draft and sit down and introduce all these players that we've just signed, these guys have a real vested interest in it. And alignment is a big word. Like, if you have a good skill, you can put a great player into a system that doesn't develop correctly and doesn't go anywhere. And I think it works both ways. If you draft, irrationally or responsibly, then player development can't really do their job. So alignment's a real big word, but I've used it a lot over the last couple of years. I think trust, in any relationship you have, whether it's personal or business, if you don't have trust, then nothing really good comes out of it. And there's just a lot of trust throughout our system right now, throughout the people and our programs and our systems, and just our overall process that really creates an environment to make good decisions.
The other, we were spending the day, what was it, Brock, Monday, talking about scouts, right? Because Seahawks kind of won with some of the back of their roster, and then talking through everything the Mariners had done with guys. I use the word augment, players who came up as rookies this year to help out, maybe players that they didn't have before the rebuild started, at that time with that team that was in contention. But if they had an injury at second base, they didn't have a Cole Young ready to come up and contribute right away. Talk to me a little bit about the situation that guys like Cole and Ben Williamson and Logan Evans and maybe even Emerson Hancock were in this year. How do you go about finding guys that will eventually play those types of roles?
Yeah, you know what? I was actually talking to Logan last night. It's fun. I mean, it hits you in moments like, last night, or when these guys start really, these guys are becoming men right in front of our eyes. Like, a lot of them are getting married or having kids. They're doing real big things in their career. But I remember when Logan and Cal and these guys were the Harry Fords and the Cole Youngs. They were the guys that came up and were getting a little taste of things. And now that group are the main players in our pitching staff, our catching. Even with Julio, who's been homegrown since our international days here as a group, and you look at these guys and really understand that it's important to have waves of talent coming, and it's something that we've talked about over the years. Is like every year we've built this thing since 2017. We tried to get become a solid organization. Then we tried to become, let's take the next step. Let's hold our standards a little higher and get a little bit better. And then when you start churning out these pockets of players that are in the big leagues, you have a core that's there that grew up through the system. Now you have those Ben Williamsons, the Logan Evans that are scratching and clawing to get the taste of the big leagues and getting a taste of it now. Just like, 2021 and 22 team that we're pushing and actually broke the streak. Those were young players back then that were were in the same situation like Harry and Cole are right now. They get to see what it's about, and then it just makes them such better players moving forward. But I think it's huge to have I can't even imagine watching Naylor last night hit that hit or get that double in the ninth. We were going nuts up in the box, and to think about the players that were part of that trade, they're just as important to be able to go get a Josh Naylor to put us over the edge. So to say that, having waves of talent and having those pieces just to fill in spots while we're really growing this thing is an understatement, because it gives Jerry and Justin so many options to not have to panic, and they can just do it internally and not have to go out and just, overpay for a fit that may or may not work. And when you have guys internally do that, then it makes their jobs easier and creates an environment of winning.
It's always difficult to trust AI, Scott. I'm getting closer in my life, in the Wikipedia and all this stuff online. So I just want to make sure, in 2015, you were an international cross-checking scout with the Mariners. Is that correct, before you promoted to scouting director?
Yeah, I spent, when I was done playing, I spent 9 years with the Mets and then came over to the Mariners in 2014 and was doing international scouting 2014, 15, and 16 before taking off moving over to the States and doing the domestic draft.
So in 2015, when Josh Naylor was taken with the 12th pick by the Miami Marlins, did you think Josh Naylor would be the guy hitting the shot last night to send the Mariners to the playoffs yet again?
The funny thing is like the Naylor family is just bred to hit. I mean, they got two brothers in the big leagues, the youngest brothers in the minor leagues. So no, but I will say this is just hearing, going down to the clubhouse and sitting with the hitting guys. I mean, he has fit in, like, he just gives us a little bit of an edge, and it really fills a hole that was been a little bit of a void for us. Obviously with all the injuries Evan White had, we thought he was going to be the guy, and then, being a little bit of a revolving door. But to have a guy come in, from another organization that's fit in and gelled here and then has big moments like Josh did last night, that's what's exciting about what's going on in our clubhouse, because you don't see that every day, where a guy can come in mid-season, feel welcome, then feel part of a group that is doing some winning things. And Josh came up really big last night. I even gave him a hug on the field, and I don't even really know him, to be honest with you. I was thanking him.
Did you say a little bit of an edge?
Yeah.
Did you say he's got a little bit?
He's got a lot of bit of an edge. He's one of the edgier players I've ever seen in Major League Baseball.
So
He's got a little edge to him for sure.
It's so funny, but he's one of the guy's favorites down in the clubhouse. He's such a good person. He gets down there. I think it's just his eyes, man. He just gives you that intensity, and he's probably a puppy dog behind the scenes. I don't say puppy dog, but he's tough. But he's also fit into that clubhouse where he's one of the beloved guys right now.
All right, last thing, and then we'll let you go. And hopefully tomorrow morning you're sleeping one off and not able to talk to anybody at this time. But give us a guy we know about. We know about Colt Emerson, we know about Cole Young and Laz Montez and some of the guys that are coming through the system right now. Give me one name that you think will end up being an impact player that you've looked at, that you're excited about, that you scouted, that will either, bring something enormous back like Josh Naylor in the future, or will end up playing a surprise huge role for the Mariners one day in the future. Give us a name we haven't talked enough about in terms of this system and what's on the way.
Wow, you're just like telling me to pick my favorite child.
I know,
I have
yeah.
2 sons. I couldn't do that right
That was
now.
the goal.
I mean,
Come on,
it's kind of fun watching the young guys win their awards yesterday, like the Laz Montezes and the Ryan Sloans, and they're doing great things. I think the one player that I have like a little soft spot for, and he's battled some injuries, but he's back now, is Johnny Farmello. I mean, he's one of the kids that is just really, when he's on the field, I mean, he had the freak accident with the ACL. He's back playing now, and when he's on the field, he just does some electric things that you can't teach, and that are in scouting worlds are big grades. Like, you don't use tool grades that in the 20 to 80 scale. When you use grades that are closer to the 80 than the 20, then you have a chance for a special player. But our guys did a great job with he's battled through some injuries, but you wouldn't even really know how it's affected him. The way he bounces back, the human being, the care factor, the work ethic. He has a chance to be a special kid as well, hopefully long term for us. But I have a feeling after he leaves the Arizona Fall League this year, where he's going to go to play some winter ball to catch up on the at-bats he's lost over time, we're going to be talking a lot about him.
How long you been a scout?
Oh, wow. Since 2000, I was done playing in 2004.
Okay.
So, God, that's
20 plus years.
21 years, yeah.
You start using the 20/80 scale everywhere in your life? Like, are you at home grading everything on a 20/80 scale? Like, how much does that
this meal,
fully
clean job,
exactly?
Landscape.
You know what? Being under, that's how you have to talk to Jerry, basically, because Jerry really taught us, and we have a system here that we use 20/80 scale, or the roll system. And man, you're sitting at dinner one night, you're like, what do you got on that? And then you can't just say, no, it's pretty good. You have to speak in code. road, and that's where you get to. And everything in my life now is kind of like judged on that 20 to 80 scale. So I'm kind of cursed, but also blessed in the same way.
I'd say like 65. Great interview, Brock. What are you give this a 65?
I'm gonna say 65. I'm also gonna give him a little tip. Not that he needs it. I'm gonna give him a little tip. I'm gonna say Cal Raleigh's little brother. Keep an eye on that guy.
Yeah.
In fact, he catch a home run derby the way he did.
It is unbelievable. Like that kid, and I told Cal this, and I told his dad and his uncle, because his dad and his uncle were down here last night, and I'm good friends with his uncle was my minor league roommate, obviously, and I'm like, who's living a better life than Cal Raleigh's little brother?
Right.
I mean, Cal's going pretty good. Cal's going pretty good right now, but the little brother, and I look at the Raleigh, family. I go, Cal and Todd. I go, you guys aren't that big, and you're breeding these catchers that are huge. It's amazing.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, Cal's already told me that because Cal said, hey, don't lose sight of my brother, and you better take him higher than you took me. I'm like, I think in the third round.
Well, draft him here. My 13-year-old daughter was very excited about him. So maybe there's an opportunity. I don't know. Maybe we'll introduce them one day. Scott, thank you. Congratulations. A great night last night. Hopefully an even better one tonight, and more to come over the course of the next month or so. We really appreciate it. Thanks for all you've done, and we'll talk again.
Great. Thank you, guys.
All right, there you go. There's Scott Hunter, Director of Amateur Scouting. As I said, I don't know if that's like the guy we would have necessarily like, hey, who do you want to talk to after they clinched? The Amateur Scouting Director. But Scott's great, and he's really a huge part of what they've done, don't you think?
It's a lifeblood, man. It's a lifeblood. Talent acquisition in any business, in any sport, is the lifeblood of that organization. And their talent acquisition and their drafting and developing is exactly why they're where they're at today.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88, powered by Xfinity.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
I hate to give it short shrift, Brock, but another quick version of Blue 88 on what is generally a baseball day, but we got to get a little football in as well. Seahawk, injury report again yesterday. Who benefited the most from not being in there the last couple weeks?
I was thinking about this in a very late tub time last night, so I didn't ramp it up to 100 with the celebration. I'm waiting for the West to be won.
Sure.
Not just the playoffs. A lot more to be done. I think Devin Witherspoon. And I hope he gets back and playing. He missed some games his rookie year. He played all 17 last year. I think one of the fears and reservations you had, rightfully, I had, others had, is, this guy's a 185-pound hitting machine, but we know how hard that is to sustain at the NFL level at that size. It's really hard to do. And he plays, and he's a force multiplier, and he plays with his hair on fire. And the fact that he could sit the last 2 weeks and watch a guy they picked up late play the way he's played at his position, it is one of those little moments like, I got to go take the ball away. You know how many interceptions Witherspoon's gotten in his 2+ years? 1. Darren Kendrick has 2, should have 4. Should have 4. I mean, realistically, put himself in position to have 4. I think for Spoon, as fast as he plays, as aggressive as he plays, I think that was a moment, honestly, to sit and watch somebody else do your job and do it at an incredibly productive level. And I sure hope he comes back tomorrow night with his hair on absolute fire and takes the ball away.
All right, question number 2. Who did Clint Kubiak compare Torrey Horton to yesterday, Brock?
You like this sound?
Dude, it's pretty lofty praise.
You like this?
Yeah, I'm not going to say his name, but he's had a really solid start to the season. Proud of Torrey. Not surprised, just the kind of kid that he is, the way that his parents raised him. He just has a great attitude. He's all about work. He studies hard, and he has some great role models in that room. And it's a long season to go, and no need for Torrey to get the big head, and he knows that. That's why he's here. He's just got a special character trait to him in that regard. So just going to keep pushing forward.
Not revealing the player, their characteristics that they share as players.
Okay, well, Justin Jefferson was in Minnesota. He was a really good rookie, and that's rare air, so he's got a long way to go to get there.
Okay.
Good job, Hog Blogger, digging deep.
Yeah.
Digging deep, asking a good question to get there. Justin Jefferson coming out of college, Salk, out of LSU, was 6'1", 200 pounds, 33-inch arms, ran a 4.43, a 1.5 4.10, and jumped 37.5. Torrey Horton, 6'2 and a half, taller, 195 pounds, a little lighter, not quite as long arms. He ran 4.41. His first 10 was 1.53, and he jumped exactly 37.5. From a physical attribute standpoint, size, speed, twitch, length, there are a lot of commonalities. And then you just heard Scott Hunter say what they're charged to do, what he charges his scouts to do, is find stuff that's not in any of that. Find me the intangibles. Does this guy love ball? Raised the right way. Jefferson was 3 games in. Horton sure looks like it. Man, he keeps producing like this. What's he got? 3 touchdowns in 3 games? Yeah, he's going to make a name for himself as a 5th rounder.
All right, question number 3. So we get ready for the Husky game as well, Brock, and I know you'll go more into this in Washington Wednesday at 9 o'clock, but just how good is that Williams-Coleman-Boston trio?
It's really elite. So Boston's not with the top receivers in college football. Part of that's they've played 1 less game with their early bye. Jonah, for that matter, as well, when it comes to overall yards. But Jonah's number 1 in the country with 9 rushing touchdowns. Damon Williams is 4th in the country in passer rating, Salk. Actually, the kid from Ohio State, Julian Sayin, is right there next to him at number 3 in the country. And Boston's got, like Torrey Horton, 3 touchdowns in 3 games. Those 3 are going to have to carry it. They're going to have to be at their absolute very best come Saturday afternoon when the number 1 team in the land comes marching in.
All right, that is today's version of Blue 88. Sorry for the quick version, but we'll have some more football talk at 8:30 with Joel Klatt, and then Washington Wednesday at 9. So there will still be a little football today as we get ready for tomorrow night's game in Arizona. But so much baseball. Went over to the ballpark yesterday, Brock, before the game. Spent a while just kind of talking to people in and around the organization. I'll give you 3 nuggets and what I think they could mean moving forward next on Brock and Salk.
4 down territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
Why do you think the middle of the field will again be an area the Seahawks can attack?
Mac Wilson, the middle linebacker, he's allowed 15 completions when he's been targeted 16 times. That's 93% of the time you are able to complete that pass across the middle. Mac, I'm sorry, I'm not picking on you. You are a pro. You've been in the league for a while. I respect you. It's going to be tough. You also have Jalen Thompson. Go Cougs.
4 down territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with some great news. I'm with Shannon O'Kelly, physical therapist and owner of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. Shannon, you guys just increased your community coverage.
That's right, Brock. We like to say we're in your neighborhood. We have you covered here at IRG. We just added 2 fantastic locations. One is in Harbor Square in the Edmonds Bowl, and the other one is in the Mill Creek Town Center, right to the entrance to Mill Creek Town Center. So we'll be able to provide fantastic care to all of us and everybody's neighborhood.
You know I love it. Expert physical and hand therapy right in your neighborhood.
That's right. We're in your neighborhood. We want to be your neighborhood family physical therapist. We'll take care of you, your family, and your neighbor.
And remember, no referral needed, just personalized care when and where you need it. Visit irgpt.com and schedule your appointment today. With over 40 convenient locations, IRG is right in your neighborhood, and now 2 new spots as well. That's irgpt.com, irgpt.com.
The ballpark is rocking like 2001. Let us clear up your allergies so you can enjoy more of each game. Hey, it's Dr. Ryan Stern of the Stern Sinus Center. Let us fix your ear, nose, and throat problems. Let's make your congestion, sinusitis, snoring, and allergies a non-issue. We can diagnose and treat everything from allergy testing and treatments to modern nasal breathing procedures to advanced balloon sinuplasty. Come and see us in Federal Way in Auburn or at sternsinus.com. That's sternsinus.com.
Hundreds of vehicles on the ground, 8 dealerships, 14 brands, all in one location. Visit West Hills Autoplex. We have more brands in one location than anywhere else in Washington State, import or domestic, new or pre-owned. We make finding your perfect vehicle easy, and that means a remarkable car buying experience for you. Skip the hassle with West Hills' streamlined buying experience and feel confident buying from your neighborhood family-owned dealerships. West Hills Autoplex, Auto Centerway exit, Highway 3, Bremerton.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Playoff berth? Check.
Here she comes, swing and a miss, strike 3. The Mariners are going to the postseason.
We in this thing, bruh. The Mariners' magic number? 1. To clinch the American League West pennant.
And the fans are going crazy here at T-Mobile Park.
Tonight, the Mariners and Rockies at T-Mobile. First pitch 6:40 on the home of your playoff-bound Mariners. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to see you on the interview.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
It's about as fun as it gets right now here in the city of Seattle as the Mariners just keep winning, Brock. 15 of 16 games now, and they win again last night to clinch their spot in the postseason. Obviously, an opportunity to continue that tonight with another win, the magic number down to 1 to win the AL West, and then they can go on from there with a bye and the postseason, everything else that is now on the table for this team. Just walking around yesterday and chatting with people over at the ballpark, a couple of nuggets that I picked up, and the first one, Brock, as soon as I heard it, I was like, oh no.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Brock is going to be insufferable. When I tell this to Brock, it is just going to feed the ego. This is a huge mistake. But I was talking to some folks and said, what made Cal different along the way? We heard from Scott Hunter about the leadership and the scouting before he was even a member of the Mariner organization. But what made Cal different as he was on his way up, being developed by these Mariners? And there was a lot to the answer. They talked about how hot he was able to get for, a couple weeks at a time. And, hey, if you can do it for a few weeks at a time, it's possible. It's in there that you could build on that and do it longer and longer. But I thought, Brock, you would love the answer that he was not a people pleaser.
Oh,
And I don't know how many times I've heard you say in the last few months that leaders, that great players, the people at the very top, they can't be people pleasers. They just can't have that huge personality trait.
Mm-hmm. Now, that doesn't mean you got to be a butthead. And I'm going to guess you'll further that story, and that's not what those people meant by it or what they would.
Well, I'll give you the quote. The quote was, he was hard to coach in all the right ways.
Yeah, there you go.
Because he found ways to ask questions, because he questioned almost everything. Not that he wouldn't listen, not that he said no, that he said, all right, well, let's think about that. Is that something that's going to help me? And that self-assuredness, not cockiness, just confidence and self-assuredness in who he was and his own ability ended up being really important, because he wasn't just there to please the coaches or the other people around him.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think it was a big deal 20 years ago. The guy, obviously, that I was around in my career that was at the very tip of the spear with that was Peyton. Peyton just did not care. Whether it was Bill Polian or Tony Dungy or Jim Irsay, like, if this isn't right, we've got to make it right. I think you heard some of that with Cal even last night, talking about, hey, when I signed this deal, this is what my vision was. This is what I told Jerry. This is what I told John. Like, to have the cojones to do that, to have that self-assuredness to do that, and not just be a people pleaser and go along with stuff that is not right.
This was Cal last night.
Yeah, I mean, this is the conversations, I had with Jerry and Justin and John, and talking with them, and I've obviously seen good things here, I've seen bad things, but the plan's been executed this year, and it's been a great group. I love these guys, love this organization, love the city, and like I said, it's very satisfying after those last 2 years to get back to here, and good things happen when you play good ball, and this is what this group has done.
Yeah, I think you're right about that, Brock, and I do think those things fit with each other. The other thing, two things I heard on Cal coming up through the minors. One, he always wanted to be a leader. He was always seeking people out and looking to find ways to learn how to be a better and better leader once he got to the major league level, knowing that that's what a catcher would need to do. Finally, and I thought this was an interesting one, the idea that he and Logan coming up together really benefited both of them. That they were able to hold each other accountable, that they knew each other. And we hear a lot about Cal doing that for Logan, but I'm not sure we always hear the other side of that, and I'm sure it's there. Just knowing each other as well as they did, and roommates, and coming all the way up through each level together, and then ultimately succeeding together, and Cal signs his long-term deal. And I think we all think there's a possibility Logan may do the same, partly because of Cal, and just the idea of them sticking together. I think that probably helped both of them achieve what they did.
Well, I think you heard Scott Hunter just talk about those two words that we do a lot as well, and that's alignment, and ultimately it's trust. When you come up together and you've been on those buses together and you've been in the apartment together through the ups and the downs, and you know what, you're trusting, and you're trusting the developmental process with all of it and the growth that you're seeing, and then being willing to go out there and like Carl Ravitch said, right early in that game down in Houston, or whatever point it was, like, hey, let's go, enough, and have kind of that connective tissue and fibers. A big deal, man. Pretty stinking cool.
Now, the other one was on Brian Wu, Brock, and it's funny because this goes a little against the whole scouting thing that we just talked about. We talked a lot just now with Scott Hunter about scouting and how important that is. If you missed it, go find the YouTube interview later. We'll have the clips up on the Brock and Salk YouTube clips there at Seattle Sports. But Brian Wu is not a triumph of the scouting department the way you tend to think of it. He is not a guy that they looked at over and over again, got to know the person, and were like, yep, we see it. It's X, Y, and Z, and this. No. Brian Wu pitched fewer than 100 innings in college. He was hurt constantly, was not particularly effective when he did pitch, and my understanding is they only really talked to him once. They didn't have a ton of scouting knowledge on Brian Wu. Now, that's not to take anything away from the scouting department, because they had a lot on Cole Young, and they had a lot on Colt Emerson. They've done phenomenal work on a lot of these guys. Cal Raleigh, you just heard it. But Brian Wu is probably a triumph more of what modern analytics are, more than scouting. Analytics used to just be, as we commonly think of it, the numbers, right? Looking at, a WRC plus instead of batting average. But it's gotten so much more advanced with what they're looking at with spin rates and arm angles and all of the high performance stuff that you heard Scott mention a couple of minutes ago. And in the Brian Wu case, it was all that. The only thing they really knew about Brian Wu is that they loved the arm action and the spin rate.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, yeah, that will play eventually. And then they just figured the rest out along the way. They didn't even know necessarily that he had some of that dog in him, or that, the high performance and mental performance coaches would have such an important role. That all worked out great. And credit to their development staff for doing all of that. But I love that combination. We talked so much years ago about how Theo Epstein was able to break two curses because he understood that nexus, that point between scouting and analytics, and how to bring new and old school together and get the best of both worlds. How cool is it to have a pitching staff where maybe the scouts loved Logan Gilbert and George Kirby, but the analytics department was able to spot someone like Brian Wu and say, no, this is also going to help.
Yep.
And then credit a guy like Scott Hunter for saying in the room, like, hey, if you love him, let's do it. I don't need, there's no pride of ownership. Not everyone needs to be my scouting triumph. How about Brian Wu? You guys like him? You love this? Do it. Sixth round. Let's go.
174th pick. Go get him. Go get him. And we'll see if the arm can, stay attached to the body, and we'll see if it's come together. And if it does, well, it comes together as the best pitcher on this staff this season.
Did it ever? And just as an aside, I did see him yesterday running around with a football in hand, throwing the ball around. He wasn't wearing a sling or anything. I don't know that I could judge the soreness of his pec.
How was he throwing the football, Salk?
I didn't get too into that, Brock. I'm not gonna give you a scout. Actually, I saw him coming back really from throwing the football. I didn't see him actually throwing the ball. So maybe I'm assuming more than really occurred.
Gotcha.
But the last thing, and just my gut here is, I mean, this should not be a surprise. I think Bryce Miller's going to be the guy in the pen.
Yes.
Right. I mean, now that we know they're going to the playoffs, and if they win tonight, then the first round is a 5-game series, not one of these 3-gamers.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to need 4 pitchers in a 5-game series in all likelihood, which means you're talking about the first 4 guys and only one person going to the pen. And I think it's going to be Bryce Miller. But here's the good news. I don't think it's just because he's been the least effective. From everything I've heard in and around the organization, it's not that. It's that Bryce Miller, his arm will play up out of the bullpen. That they've seen it. He actually is the only one in the pen with legitimate relieving experience. He's been a reliever coming up through the minors and in college. So he's done it.
Yep.
And I think they think that 98-99 becomes pretty unhittable if he only has to throw an inning at a time.
He's going to walk out of that dugout with, or that fence. He's going to open that door and he's going to walk out like the sheriff. You got a little norm to him anyway, a little look to him. He can walk out and he goes strut to that mound, and that fastball going to play up like 97, 98. Yeah, that's not a surprise that he'll be the one doing that.
All right. So just a couple of things just in and around the ballpark. That's not a report or anything, just my gut feeling, and I think that is the way it's going to go. And asking people what it might look like for him. Yeah, they think they'd be really impressed with how that fastball play. And if you remember when Bryce first came up, do you remember how dominant he was those first couple of starts? Right? Well, if you can simplify and get that version of Bryce, the completely amped up, short stretch, 1 inning at a time Bryce Miller, that would be quite the weapon to have in the postseason. So things are pretty fun, man. They'll get right back to it tonight with an opportunity to clinch the AL West for the first time in 24 years. We'll be right back with everything you need to know. And then Joel Klatt a little bit later this hour, 20 minutes away on Brock and Salk, your home for the first place Mariners, Seattle Sports and seattlesports.com.
Playoff berth? Check.
Here she comes, swing and a miss, strike 3. The Mariners are going to the postseason.
We in this thing, bruh.
The Mariners' magic number 1 to clinch the American League West pennant.
And the fans are going crazy here at T-Mobile Park.
Tonight, the Mariners and Rockies at T-Mobile. First pitch 6:40 on the home of your playoff-bound Mariners. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
All right, full disclosure, I like to live my life fairly transparently through this microphone, too much so sometimes for Molly, but that's okay. We had our financial planner in town, and we got to work yesterday. Had to get to some of the to-dos and some of the checklists and things that you just put off and things you just put off, and I know we're not alone in that. I know some of you are hearing me this morning and going, Brock, I know you've talked about this First Mark insurance a long time. Well, you know what? I'm going to do it today. I'm going to stop putting it off. I'm going to stop assuming I've got the best insurance for the needs of me or my family. I'm going to take this First Mark Insurance Challenge, just like you and Molly did, and so many of your family and friends done. And this is how it works. They will fully analyze your current coverage, making sure you're not overpaying for the wrong coverage. And then, well, they go to the market. Dozens of major carriers they have worked with, partnership, connectedness, trust, to find you the best fit. That's it. No stress, no confusion. Think of it this way. Firstmark's your teammate, and they spent the last 30 years helping thousands of families, yes, including mine, successfully manage this complicated world of insurance. So please don't wait a day longer. It's totally free as well, and you might be the next Firstmark Challenge victory that I get to talk to. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. It's all right there. Firstmarkinsurance.com, your teammate that goes to work for you.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Your time is money. So why are you wasting it stuck in I-5 gridlock, TSA slowdowns, and SeaTac crowds? Isn't it time to travel smarter? Seaport Airlines offers high-frequency commuter shuttle service from Seattle's Boeing Field to Portland. Park for free next to our terminals. Check in 20 minutes before your departure. Get there faster without the hassles. Seaport Airlines. It's about time. Book today at flyseaportair.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Get rid of stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin with ProSculpt, the simple one-day permanent fat reduction and skin tightening treatment. Book your free consultation at prosculpt.com.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
Toyota of Kirkland's service department has you covered as the summer winds down and the fall approaches. At Toyota of Kirkland, be confident in your brakes with a complimentary brake inspection. Get winter ready with a free battery health check, wiper blade installation, and multi-point inspection. Thinking of trading in? Get a complimentary vehicle appraisal. Stay ahead with the maintenance service plan at $374 plus tax. And yes, they match coupons from other local Toyota dealers. Visit toyotaofkirkland.com to schedule your service today. Drive safe, drive smart with Toyota of Kirkland.
O'Brien.
Mariners fans, it's time to bring the noise to T-Mobile Park. This lineup is loaded up and locked in from every moonshot.
Now Raleigh obliterates this. How far? Way back there.
To every how in the world did he catch that moment?
And Julio makes the catch. No fly zone in full effect.
Be here as the squad shuts the door and lights the W.
Munoz looking for the final out. Here's the stretch, and the strike 3 called, and the ball game is over.
This is our house.
They're going crazy here at T-Mobile Park.
Mariners baseball. Try dance up.
Be here this week at T-Mobile Park as the Mariners fight for the AL West crown. The homestand continues with 2 more value games against the Rockies tonight at 6:40 and tomorrow at 6:40. Tickets are available for less than $20 for both games. Don't miss out. Lock in your seats today at mariners.com/tickets.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, unless you're living under a rock, you probably know the Mariners are going to the playoffs, Brock. Cecily asked me last night, what's the postseason? And I was like, well, can I explain? She said, oh, you mean the playoffs? I was like, well, it's the same thing. She said, oh, yeah, postseason, playoffs, those 2 words are essentially interchangeable. But in baseball, it's the postseason, and that's where they're going. American League playoff bound for the Mariners. They clinched last night. Josh Naylor getting it done with the huge double, and that led to them with just needing 3 outs to win it. Andres Munoz in quite the scene, huh? How about Root staying with the whole thing and Munoz coming out, Brock? Was pretty awesome.
Mooney ready. Looks and get the sign. Munoz, the 0-2 on the way to Karros. Here she comes. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. The Mariners will play in October. Cal Raleigh with the underhand toss to Naylor. The Mariners are going to the postseason. And the fans are going crazy here at T-Mobile Park. The Mariners will play games in October. They make it to the postseason with a come from behind 4-3 win over the Rockies here at T-Mobile Park.
Pretty stinking cool, Salky. 24 is a big number in Seattle sports. It was Molly Hill's number before she became Molly Hewer there at the University of Washington, and it was also Ken Griffey Jr.'s number. And do you realize in the Seattle Mariners, 50-year history, darn near it, never had a 24-game stretch at home like this. 21-3 now. 21-3 in their last 24 games.
It's pretty remarkable.
In that building. And there have been some pretty remarkable wins, some comebacks, and some how did that happen? And last night was one of those in an 8th inning that was one to remember.
Well, 24 was also Marshawn Lynch's number, and you mentioned that Josh Naylor reminds you a lot of Marshawn Lynch. And 24 is also the number of years it's been since they've won the AL West, since they've won the division. An opportunity to do that tonight, as the magic number is just 1. Beyond that, an opportunity for a first-round bye. Julio knows that's a big deal.
It's huge. You want to be in the best position you can as a team. And I feel like, giving the guys some days of rest, I feel like he's going to get everybody in a better spot.
Okay, so a little couple days might not be a bad thing for a team that's worked his butt off to get here, Brock. They really have been unbelievable. 15 of their last 16 games they've won. The only exception, the Jeff Passan / Matt Brash game in Kansas City last week. Elsewhere, Astros get smoked. Yankees beat the White Sox. That helped them clinch. So you could see another party tonight. Good news on the Brian Wu front. He's not going to pitch tomorrow. Should be ready to take the ball in the playoffs. I think tomorrow we'll probably see like an opener and then maybe Emerson Hancock taking on a few innings.
Luis
in that
tonight,
one.
Right? The Rock tonight.
Absolutely. Yeah, an opportunity to kind of finish this thing off for him. And then Lyle's excited. Baseball's going to go to the ABS challenge system for balls and strikes next year. Exactly what we saw in spring training.
Yes!
Look how excited he is. Wow, he's more excited about this than the postseason, Brock. I'm telling you, Lyle's day's been made.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Yeah, I mean, injury update for the Seahawks exactly the same as it was yesterday because they didn't practice, right? These are all estimates on the practice report. They just had a walkthrough yesterday, but all things look pretty much the same.
Yeah, and the good news, Charbonnet will be a full participant. He's been on that with the injury report, so I think that's a good thing. Arizona's a very aggressive defense. Pass protection is going to be a big part of this thing. He is an excellent pass protector. Their pass protection through 3 games has been some of the best in the NFL. So good to see him back. And then, while the guys, you're right, Salk, have not had like full speed practices, I can guarantee you the Nicky Memories, the Devin Witherspoons, the guys that have been close, they're going to ramp up and maybe ramped them up yesterday to see, okay, this limited participation, can you actually be a full participant? Because it would sure be nice to have a few of those horses ready to go Thursday night.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Quickly here, Kraken dropped their second preseason game. They won the first. They lose last night.
How many
4-1.
do they have? How many preseason
I'm honestly
games
not sure. I don't have a number for you, Brock. I know they play again tonight in Edmonton.
All right.
I don't know, maybe. Is that it? Do they play 5? I don't know. It's just a few. It's not that many.
It's not that many.
And then they're off and running.
All right.
So I don't know the exact number. I apologize.
Well, next time, for the next need to know, please.
Thank you. I'll see if I can look that up here. It's of dire importance. Also, Huskies going to play at Husky Stadium against the number 1 ranked Buckeyes. How about that?
Yeah, the guy joining us here in a few minutes. What's cool about Joel Klatt, maybe some of you don't know this, he was a 17th round pick out of Pomona High School as a baseball player to the San Diego Padres. And that +3 golfer, I understand, could hit a baseball a country mile as well. And was a really good baseball player. So we'll chat with that. And he also, I think, has seen The Ohio State University 112 times in the last 5 years. Nobody more versed.
No one knows more.
Well, Justin Hollander and Joel Klatt, maybe the two most versed on the Buckeyes.
G. Scott? You throw G. Scott on the list?
Maybe G. Scott as
All right.
well. Sure.
There you go. That is everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here in the Brock and Salk Show. Texter says, Salky, they're going to chase down the Blue Jays for the number 1 seed. They're only 2 games back.
Yeah, but the Blue Jays and Yankees both hold the tiebreaker.
That's
so
true.
unlike
So
the
they're really 3
Tigers
games
and the
back.
Guardians, where you hold the tiebreaker versus both those guys.
But you get 2 more against Colorado, and then you play the Dodgers. We'll see what that looks like. And they may have something to play for with the Dodgers. There is the
Well, you may chase down the Blue Jays. You're not chasing down the Yankees. The Yankees got the Orioles and the White Sox,
Oh,
and
I see.
they
So
have
you
the
mean
tiebreaker.
if they chase down the Blue
Yes.
Jays, the Yankees probably move ahead of them. Yeah,
the Yankees are only 1 game back. The Yankees might be
Right.
the number 1 seed. They're playing legitimately for they're only 1 game back of Toronto.
And Toronto has 2 more against Boston, who's got everything
Correct.
to play for, and 3 more then against Tampa to finish it off. I'm not saying Tampa's a playoff team. They're not, obviously, but they're a dangerous team if you don't take them seriously. So, yeah, I wouldn't be – you're right. That's a good call. I wouldn't be surprised if the Mariners end up getting past Toronto, but I think you're right, kind of where the Yankees are at. It would be an interesting exercise. Maybe tomorrow. we
Yeah,
have
let's
some
just
time.
let's focus on the day. Okay, let's win the West
Tomorrow,
first.
though, I thought it might be a
Let's win
fun
the West.
exercise.
Yes.
To power rank the teams in the American League.
Yeah, let's take care of our business.
Just do a little American
just
League
take care of our
power
business
rankings tomorrow. All right, yeah, take care of business. And
Yep.
then a little AL power
get to the rest of
rankings
that stuff.
tomorrow. Where's Texas going to be? Not near the top.
No,
All right,
no.
Joel Klatt joins us every Wednesday at 8:30. He'll help us get ready for the number 1 team in the country to show up in town on Saturday. He'll tell us what we're seeing with Sam Darnold and the Seahawks. And, yeah, we'll talk a little baseball with a guy who was once picked in the 17th round by the Padres. How about that? It's all coming up next on Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Playoff berth? Check.
Here she comes, swing and a miss, strike 3. The Mariners are going to the postseason.
We in this thing, bruh. We in this thing, bruh.
The Mariners' magic number 1 to clinch the American League West pennant.
And the fans are going crazy here at T-Mobile Park.
Tonight, the Mariners and Rockies at T-Mobile. First pitch 6:40 on the home of your playoff-bound Mariners. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
All right, guys, I had a really good experience with Crawl Pros when they came out to my house, did that free corner-to-corner inspection, and we were finding that it was real hot in our room, especially in the summer, real cold in the winter, and it turns out we didn't have enough, we didn't have nearly enough insulation anymore. It just was kind of in a bad space. Like, it was never that great to begin with, and it was old, it was failing, so guess what? They came in, they fixed it all, and now we don't have those problems anymore. If that is a challenge for you, get Crawl Pros out to your house and let them just do that corner-to-corner inspection. If it turns out you need to fix the insulation and you're a PSE customer and your home was built before 1990, you could qualify for a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to get your crawl space and attic properly insulated. That's enormous. But you got to act now, though. Many rebates are ending at the end of the year, including some federal incentives. So let Crawl Pros come out and get your house properly insulated before the cold weather really comes in. If you are worried about critters, mold, water damage, anything related to your crawl space or attic, call Crawl Pros and get their free corner-to-corner inspection. Schedule it now at crawlpros.com.
At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we offer premium windows that are 25% more energy efficient, reduce noise by 50%, and come with clean glass technology. And Leak Armor installation gives you a lifetime warranty to protect your home. Visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Hey, it's John Curley with some great news. If your home's heating or cooling is uneven, noisy, or expensive, listen up. The Quilt ductless heat pump system from Home Comfort Alliance is changing the game. It gives you room-by-room control and next-gen efficiency, so you're only heating where you need it. That means real comfort and real savings, and every Quilt system qualifies for max tax credits. Trusted for 50 years. Call the comfort people today at homecomfortalliance.com.
Planning a road trip? Plan a visit to your neighborhood Bucky's Complete Auto Repair for oil changes, brakes, AC repair, and factory maintenance. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Visit buckys.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Your home for baseball's postseason, Seattle Sports. Home of your playoff-bound Mariners.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
This hour is brought to you by Trajan Wealth Management.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Why do we want the number one seed? Asked the 509. Well, I think the more games you can play at home, the better. I think it's just as simple as that. But clearly, getting at least into the top 2 is a big, big deal because it allows the team a first-round bye. And I know people have asked, should we even, do you want a first-round bye? Is that a good thing? Yeah, It's a good thing. You have to win fewer games to get to the World Series and win it. It's baseball. The fewer games you got to win, the better off you are.
Although I don't hate the idea of being the 2 seed over the 1 seed, because then you get the Central over the East.
Okay, I see that. But if you win it, then you don't have home field advantage in the next round. I mean,
It essentially comes down to 1 game, though.
Yeah.
And it's if you play the Blue Jays.
Or Yankees, depending on how that works. And if it's the Blue Jays, I guess I get it. If it's the Yankees, I will say home field advantage matters. It does. Home field advantage against the Yankees absolutely matters. When they play in their little joke of a ballpark, when they get their fans ramped up with their, God-given right to win every game and for every fly ball to leave the park. And look, man, I've seen it. You saw it, and we talked about it after the Brian Wu loss in New York. There is something weird in that ballpark where it just starts churning, and the game speeds up on guys, and it can happen there. It can happen at Fenway. And if those two teams are both going to be in the postseason, I don't think you want to be there for the most important games. You want to be here with your fans and your crowd where you've been as good as you've been this year. So, I think it matters. I do.
We talked about that? I was super calm, level-headed, and collected that day. I remember that whole show really vividly.
I think that was the day you also said, man, if they get to, they're not getting, how are you going to get to 88 wins? How are you going to do that?
That was later.
13-5?
Yeah, that was later.
13-5, how are you going to get to 88 wins?
Poor Lyle. It's been tough for him here the last
What's
couple
cool,
of weeks.
Lyle, now all they got to do, seriously, all they got to do now is go 0-5, and they'll get to 88 wins.
It's great. I'm fired up about it. Seriously. It's great.
Okay.
Yes.
Joel Klatt's going to join us in a minute. We're just talking some baseball. Oh, in fact, we have Joel Klatt. How about that? We've got Joel Klatt, as we do every Wednesday. He joins us right now from Fox Sports. Joel Klatt. Good morning, Joel.
Good morning. What's going on, guys?
Dude,
how are you?
We're pretty fired up today. All of Seattle's pretty fired
I
up.
bet. I bet. Like, you guys are – we said last week that this was quite a run that you guys are on, but how about this week? You got Cal beating Junior. The Seahawks are dominant. Huskies are welcoming in Ohio State. I love it.
The Mariners clinch a playoff spot, can clinch the West tonight, can be a number 2 seed, doing stuff that hadn't been done in decades and decades. And let's start there before we get to, and on top of being the top voice in college football over there at Fox and all that you do on the college football end of things and being the voice of Ohio State in many ways, at least the last 5 years, know those guys better than anybody. You also know a little bit about baseball. You were drafted to Major League Baseball. You were in the Padres organization, right? This is a game that, if I'm right, wasn't this your media break as well? Weren't the Rockies and being a sideline host and doing that kind of the start to the whole media machine?
Yeah, part of it was I had done high school football and then started doing college football, but then I hosted the Rockies pre- and post-game shows. So that's maybe why I'm so hard on Salk, just because, I've sat in that seat.
Yeah.
But
that would have been fun last
turned
night.
over a new leaf.
You would have enjoyed their post-game show, I think, last night. That team's pretty good.
The Rockies?
Yeah.
Guys, like when I was doing their pre and post, they were doing that stupid like piggyback rotation. That's the worst organization. The Colorado Rockies are a joke. Well, and it's such a good sports town. Brock knows, like it's such a great sports town, and for that ownership group to never try is egregious. And that's why when you have ownership and a team like that does it in that sport, it makes it special, which you guys are experiencing right now with the Mariners.
Yeah, you seen any highlights of old Cal Raleigh, Joel? Because he's doing stuff that has never, ever, ever been done in the sport. And we're obviously debating.
Did we talk about this, like the switch hitter aspect? It boggles my mind. First of all, just to hit that many home runs, like I don't think people understand. Well, I know that people don't understand how difficult it is to hit a baseball. I know firsthand. I barely hit over 200. I thought I'd throw that out there just so that Salk doesn't Google me and look at Wikipedia and his extensive research.
I was curious what position
to throw shade at my average.
Second
I was
baseman?
Third baseman. Third baseman.
Okay.
Third. But to do this as a switch hitter and a catcher, like I know Ohtani is doing things that we've never seen before, but this season from Cal Raleigh is going to go down as one of the single greatest seasons that any hitter has ever had, and I think the greatest season that any switch hitter has had, and the greatest offensive season that any catcher has had. Which I love seeing that. I love seeing the history.
Yeah. So what was it? Was it the curveball? What was it? And what level did you hit 200? AA, AAA? Where were we at?
Just my career.
Where did you get to? How high did you
whole
get?
Career. I played a few AA games in spring training, a few AAA games in spring training. In fact, my claim to fame, the most fun I ever had, I was filling in, God rest his soul, Sean Burrows was a third baseman who's no longer with us, but he was a very good third baseman at the AAA level. And he had a sore arm. And in spring training, guys will just go fill in for guys at all levels. And so they said, hey, Klatt, go take Sean's spot in the lineup for the AAA squad for the next week while he heals up. And I was like, yeah, that's awesome. And he hit second. He was like a back control third baseman, which was unique, but to hit second, but he was hitting second. Well, the next day, the Padres signed Ricky Henderson to a minor league contract. And Ricky Henderson comes and he's playing on the AAA squad. Well, guess where Ricky Henderson hit? Leadoff. Let me help you, Salk.
Yeah,
I know that, but he was going to hit leadoff.
Yeah.
And so here I am, and I'm like, this is wild. And there's Ricky Henderson standing in front of me on a minor league baseball field. And he would turn to me and he would say, 2, 3. It's for every at bat. And that was it. And I was looking around, I was like, what? Like, what's going on? 2 what? 3 what? And then he would tap his toes and walk up to the plate. Ricky gets hits. And he would stand, he would get in there and sure enough, he would wind up on first base. And all I could think about was growing up in the 80s, watching the Bash Brothers hit home runs and then give the forearm, at home plate.
Yeah.
And I was like, man, this is it. I've got to hit a bomb with Ricky on base so that he stands there, and then I'm going to come in and just like force a Bash Brothers, So I'm just like, oh, this is so good. So I am from the heels swinging on anything remotely close to the zone. Just everything I've got, double cheeking it, just like, come on, man, like you can do it, hit a home run. And he kept saying the number every at bat, or then he would be at first base. And since there's no one around in spring training for AAA games, you could hear him. The whole field could hear him, and he'd be over there leading off, and he'd be going, Ricky steals bags. And he would be saying that on the field.
Do you?
And I'm like, man, I gotta hit a home run.
Do you also have to worry that you don't want to hit a foul ball when Ricky's trying to steal? Like, I would think that would be in the back of your mind. Ooh. Like, don't foul off a steal and make him have to run back to first.
Listen, I'm going to get there.
Okay, good.
You just let me tell the story. I know I'm long-winded.
Sorry,
don't worry. Don't worry. So finally, Jeff Gardner was a manager and kind of a roving guy, and he was in the dugout. Gardy and I were close. And so I went up, and you don't call him coach, in the minor leagues. I made that mistake my first day. You call him Skip, or Gardy. It just is what it is. And so I was like, hey, Skip, why in the world does Ricky keep telling me a number before he walks up to home plate? And he looks at me and he's like, well, and this is like 3 days in, and I've been double cheeking it from the heels, anything close. And he's like, well, son, he called me son. He said, son, that's how many pitches he expects you to take so he can steal second. And I was like, oh no. Oh no.
Yeah.
So I was like the running joke in the organization because I didn't allow the stolen base king of all time the proper time to steal second while he's over there saying, Ricky steals bags. Ricky gets on.
Oh,
so there
Ricky
you go.
And Gus,
That's how my minor league career went.
Seriously.
And then now I'm here talking to you guys.
And now you got Gus saying, I make big calls. Just get out of my way.
Yeah, baby. Hey, he's like, I remember, this is a great one. So Gus's calls are legendary, and his timing is really good. He's technically just very, very sound. And obviously he elevates the game. But our first year, I was young, man. Let's see, I've been 11 years, so I was 31, and I get that seat with Gus, and like I pinch myself, right? Like, this is incredible. And I remember a couple of games in, he's like, hey, just remember, you hit the singles and I hit the home runs. And I was like, got it. I'm fully on board with that. I'm fully on board with that.
All right, well,
baby girl, Seattle, I miss you, baby, and I'm gonna get back to see you as soon as I can.
Thank you, Gus. Appreciate that.
Home run.
Hopefully you'll be back
Home
here at
run.
some point. We'll get to Seattle in a minute, and Ohio State coming to town on Saturday. Just for a moment, though, Sam Darnold's like unbelievable so far. Brock was saying yesterday, most efficient quarterback so far in the league. Number
PFF
one in
grades him
efficiency.
number
And
one.
where is this coming from? What has made him so effective and so efficient?
Well, partly is that the team is just really good around him. You know, so he doesn't have to go out and put a cape on his back and do anything spectacular for them to win. They're very good defensively, and you knew that was going to happen with Mike McDonald. At least I always expected that to happen with Mike McDonald, because I think Mike is an incredibly bright guy on that side of the football. They run it decently well, and then their special teams were totally dominant against New Orleans. Now, I don't want to get like totally overboard, because again, we talked about this last week. We saw for 16 weeks Sam play incredible football a year ago. And then, you know, in crunch time late, he reverted back to a guy that put the ball in harm's way. So it's still for me kind of a wait and see, but if they continue to play that way around him, and he doesn't have to be the best player on the field, I think that's right where he needs to sit. And he did a masterful job. Now, New Orleans has lost 9 in a row, or at least Spencer Rattler is 0-9 as a starting quarterback. So this is one of those, just grain of salt that when they were dominant, soak it in. Absolutely. I'm not suggesting that Seattle's not as good as maybe what their record is, but they should have beat New Orleans. They beat them soundly, as they should, because that organization is at the bottom of right now a rebuilding exercise with Kellen Moore as their quarterback and trying to figure out, or as their head coach and trying to figure out their quarterback position. So I was really pleased for Torrey Horton. That was really cool to see him play the way that he did. And then the thing that I think is now 2 weeks in a row is how dominant Seattle has been at the line of scrimmage, you know, on both sides of the ball. I think that to me is the bigger aspect for the Seahawks, even more so than Darnold playing so efficient. Their dominance at the line of scrimmage is what allows him to play as efficient as he's been playing.
I think maybe a good transitioning piece to the Ohio State game will be a Buckeye, Joel, that I got to be honest with you. When they drafted Jackson Smith and Jigba, I thought he could be a really good player. I thought he could be 75 receptions, 1,000 yards, 4 or 5 touchdowns, just be a really good player. I didn't know if he could ever be an elite player. He's the second leading receiver in the NFL. We're watching him stretch the field, catch it at the intermediate, catch it at the deep. Obviously, everything underneath. He's unreal with his body control and short area quickness. When you called those Buckeye games, and my goodness gracious, you've called a lot of them, and you have been spoiled, and even this year with one of the greatest receivers in college football. Did you imagine JSN could be a top 10, top 5 caliber NFL receiver at one point?
You know, I always had questions about whether a guy that was going to be a slot guy could rise to that level. And then I had questions about his top end speed, just straight top end speed. And that was the question coming out in the draft process. But what was not in question was his technical ability as a route runner, his understanding of what he's communicating to the defense through his body posture and route running. That's part of that technical ability. His explosiveness, if you actually look at him, like lower half, man, he is built almost like a fullback. And so that explosiveness in the short area is what makes him so dynamic in the interior of the field. I thought he could be a great receiver, Brock. I really did. And I lean a lot on Brian Hartline, who's the coach of the wide receivers at Ohio State, and then all the other guys. And when he was there, it was Chris Olave, Garrett Wilson, and Jackson Smith and Jigba. And they always said, hey, the guy that's our best player, as good as all of us are, our best player is Jackson Smith and Jigba. And so, to that end, I thought that he would be a really great player. Truth be told, and, I'm sure Seattle fans won't love to hear it. When he was drafted by Seattle, I was like, I wish he was going to go to a team that was offensive centric, passing game centric, in particular short passing game centric. So I didn't know what his volume was going to be with Seattle, but they have found the secret sauce. He fits perfectly with what they're trying to do, and he's clearly one of the better players in the league.
UW Ohio State opened up 10.5. It's now 8.5 as I'm looking at the point spread. I'm digging into this matchup a little bit more. It is truly remarkable. The last time the University of Washington lost at home, a Heward was quarterback. It wasn't Damon or Brock. It was my nephew, Sammy, back in the 2021 Apple Cup, 2021. 22, 23, 24, 25. They are 22-0 at home over their last 4+ years. You saw Ohio State. You called the Texas-Ohio State the biggest game in all of college football still from a viewership standpoint, right out the gate, week number 1. You know this program inside and out. Is there a chance the Huskies go to 23-0 and beat the number 1 team in the land Saturday?
Yeah, I think that there is a chance. I think the one thing that I would be interested in seeing is how Ohio State is going to deal with a guy that can be mobile and be a threat at the quarterback position. That's always an equalizer. There's no doubt. I think watching Julian Sayin start for the first time on the road, and it's not any road environment. I think Husky Stadium's probably the most underrated home environment in all of college football. And that win streak is proof of that. So there's absolutely a path for Washington in this game. I don't know how Ohio State is going to react on the road. If I was predicting, I think that Ryan and Brian Hartline will be more safe on offense, very similar to what they were against Texas in week 1, and see if they can lean on their defense. Now, the defense is, I would say, perfectly suited to face Washington because the defense is balanced. And while they don't have necessarily an elite pass rush, they have an elite second level. And if you're going to combat a guy that can run around and be a threat with his legs, you would have Arvell Reese at linebacker and Sonny Styles at linebacker and Caleb Downs that can come down and play the second level and spy him. So to me, that's really where the game is won and lost is how will they be able to confuse Williams? How will they be able to stop him if he starts getting loose outside of the pocket? But this is a lot of points. When it opened at 10.5, I was like, that's a lot. I'm about to record my picks and previews. I'm inclined to take those points. I don't know if Washington's going to win the game because I do think that Ohio State has too many answers. They can run it. They've got a 3-headed monster at running back. I think Sayin is a very good quarterback. They've got the best player in college football as their wide receiver. I don't know if Takario Davis is going to be healthy and play. You guys might know more than I do in that regard. But he has to be on the field in 100% for them to threaten or to have a chance against that offense because he's going to have to be covering Jeremiah Smith.
Just to jump back to the NFL for a moment, what do you make of the story and just the situation
back and forth. Here we go.
The situation with the Giants? Thank you. Yes. Russell Wilson benched now. They're going to go with Jackson Dart.
Yeah.
What does it mean for, I guess, the Giants and Dart, but maybe more interestingly, what does this now mean for Russ and the remainder of what's left of his career?
I would assume that he's going to get released, right? I don't think he's just going to sit there. With all the wave of injuries that we've seen around the NFL at the quarterback position, I think he gets picked up. But this is a continuation of the end that we've seen, and it's been the end since Seattle fleeced Denver, in terms of that exit from Seattle and him going to the Denver Broncos. Russell Wilson is, at this point, not a very good NFL quarterback. And he was perfect in a time for a specific roster, and it hasn't worked out since. They're going to go with Dart. We could get into my feelings about all these young quarterbacks wearing Jared Allen face paint and wearing diamond necklaces. I don't love any of that. What are we doing, man? It's you're supposed to be a quarterback. One eye with eye black. Come on. I know I'm 43 and like yelling at the clouds, but Brock, back me up. Like, come on, bro. You're going to stand in front of a group of grown men in a huddle with one eye slathered with eye black and be like, yo,
Joel, it's aura.
Let's go down the field. I'd be
Joel,
like, shut up.
Joel,
No,
it's aura.
Not. It's not aura.
Joel.
No, it's not.
I looked at you
Crash
back
Davis
in your...
told Nuke LaLoosh, you've got to win 20 games before you can have mold on your shower shoes. Like that's, I don't know, man. I'm not into it.
Oh no!
So what does it mean for the Giants? I don't know. They got a quarterback that I'm not into.
Hey Joel, true or false? Year one, you went back to the old time machine telling stories. True or false? Like the first year, Salky and I are together doing radio, different little studio, different little setup, and we're talking. Or wasn't I guess our first year? It was Russell Wilson's first year. So we'd been at it 2-3 years, and both Salk and I were like, "Really? You're doing Wranglers jeans commercials?" You're doing this stuff before you ever even like make it to
before the first game. No, it was before his first start. It was before he had ever played a game. We were like, you're doing endorsements. Tom Brady didn't do a single endorsement for like 3 years after winning 2 or 3 Super Bowls. Like, what? It was pretty remarkable even then.
And I think a Hall of Famer, Warren Moon, may or may not have called into the show and said, why don't you two just stuff it? Just settle down a little bit, you two old men. So
is Warren going to call now? Does Warren want to defend the eye black?
I don't think so.
Nah,
I don't think anyone
even
can defend.
Warren has got to be. Well, like, I think that doing an endorsement, like, are you just going to be like, no, man, like, I don't want any money.
Right.
That's what Brady did.
Like an endorsement is different.
That is what Brady did at the beginning. Honestly, for his first few years, he turned everything down until eventually I think he took Visa and some other stuff. Now, I think he's made some money over the years since.
Well, he doesn't turn anything down now.
No.
I mean, I'm not saying anything disparaging here, but like it worked out for him.
Even a Saudi Arabia flag football league, he's not turning down now.
He's saying yes to essentially everything these days. Yeah. Joel, thank you. We know that same is true for you. You're doing this show every Wednesday.
There we go. See, I say yes to everything.
Thank you. Have a good week, and we'll talk to you next week.
You bet. Right. Appreciate you guys. Have a good week.
There you go. There's Joel Klatt from Fox Sports, lead football analyst, college football analyst there. And, we do that every Wednesday at 8:30.
Joel had Ricky Henderson.
That was pretty good.
I had Ricky Waters.
Yeah.
You give Ricky the ball. Maybe it's something about Ricky.
Maybe two Rickies yes. talking in the third person.
Ricky gets you down here. You give Ricky the ball. Ricky, it wasn't my call. Coach Holmgren called it in my headset. I don't care. Ricky gets you down here. Ricky gets the ball. Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, Ricky. Whatever you need, Ricky. Absolutely, Ricky. Where do we make that happen? Where do I sign? All right, we got an hour to go. We're going to talk some more Mariners. We'll have trash takes. And yes, a quick Washington Wednesday as well as they get ready to host the number 1 team in the land. That's next. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports, your home for the first place Mariners.
MLB Network insider John Morosi with Wyman and Bob.
We look forward to it each and every week. Look at that smile. He's already smiling.
This is a really good Seattle team that looks like a division winner. They're playing like it, and their closest competition, their flaws are showing up in the worst possible time. So they should win the division. They probably will. The Seattle Mariners right now are the best team in the American League West, and there are plenty of people who think they might be the best team in the entire league.
See the full conversation on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
This is my life. This is my family's life. The people that work here, they're my family. When something's not right with them, it's not right with us.
We get notifications every time we get a review. And I said, how do you not let it eat you up? Sometimes I feel so responsible. And his answer was, I just look at it as an opportunity. We need that feedback to learn and to do better. I'm grateful for the feedback.
Big part of sales is the relationship aspect. People want to do business with someone they can trust, who's a real person. They don't feel like you're just going after their money. And when you take the time to get to know them, get to know their needs, not be a car salesman, but be a consultant, then they feel more comfortable with you, and just the experience is better on both sides.
It's not about closing deals. It's about opening relationships, helping people make the right choice. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Hey, it's Brock Hewitt here, and you got to take the First Mark Insurance Challenge. It could save you a lot of money and get your family better coverage. First Mark has saved my family thousands of dollars every year. Take the First Mark Challenge. It's totally free. Just simply go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service. 98 years providing logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. Visit suplinen.com.
Golf carts are fun and easy to drive. They can zip along up to 15 miles per hour in the sunshine, warm air, with your foot firmly on the dashboard. Now that's living. Pacific Power Batteries has some sweet 2021 Club Car Tempos for sale at about half the price of a brand new one. We offer a 2 or 4 seat model with capacity rated batteries and a 30-day, no hassle, money back satisfaction guarantee. Have a look online at pacificpowerbatteries.com.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Let me tell you about this new pretzel cheddar club. Hey, I'm Carlos.
And I'm Ebony. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club
is the tangy Dijon with the pretzel bun. It takes it to a whole nother level.
It goes perfectly with the chicken and the cheddar cheese and the bacon.
Man, you know how much you love bacon. And I love the different varieties. Grilled, spicy, the original. It gets you nice and excited for fall.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with cherry berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Get his freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, still more baseball talk to come as the Mariners clinched last night an opportunity to win the AL West tonight. So still, there are a lot of reasons to go down to the ballpark and celebrate tonight, and good opportunity to either, if they win or the Astros lose, both things would clinch them. And I'm under. You see Jake Wittenberg from King 5 saying that if the Mariners do lose tonight, they will keep the park open and put the Astros game on the Jumbotron, so that if they lose, the celebration would be on and the fans would be able to stay and the players would come out, I'm sure, at that point and kind of engage the fans. So there's still quite a bit. Good reason to get down to the park tonight. It's beautiful weather. It was awesome over there yesterday. Great opportunity to go see this team clinch. 206 wonders if the Larry Salk rule applies to title clinching games. It's a good question. I would say probably not, but I'll check in with my dad later today and ask. I would say no, that's not it. Yeah, that's not the reason for it. So I would say
that's
no.
That's not the intent of the
right. That's not the intent of the rule. Right. Yeah, I don't think so. 520 wondering if the national media knows our bullpen is very iffy. I think what they think is that all bullpens are a little iffy. I mean, like, everybody's got some iffiness in their bullpen. And I do think that some of that will hopefully be curbed by putting Bryce Miller there in the postseason. But, yeah, there's a concern. But you know what that does? That gives you that other Bizzardo so that you don't need to use Bizzardo every day as the bridge to Brash and Munoz. So are there concerns there? Yeah, absolutely. But every team's going to have some concerns, and we'll do some power ranking on those maybe tomorrow. Right now, though, the Huskies are getting ready, Brock, to welcome in Ohio State on Saturday. #1 team in the country, a perfect lead-in to Washington Wednesday.
Washington Wednesdays, presented by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Oh, man, did I just sneeze? Wow. That was a big one.
I didn't hear it.
Yeah, I muted the mic, but that was a big old dad explosion, big explosion sneeze.
Really?
Yeah.
Well done.
Big one.
All over that mic for starting.
No. I turned away and I used the sneeze pocket.
Nice.
I used the sneeze pocket.
21-3 are our beloved Seattle Mariners. Why I'm wearing the hoodie today, and 21-3 in their last 24 games, the single best 24-game stretch in the history of the Seattle Mariners. Why do I bring that up with Washington Wednesday? Well, in the modern era, Salk, 22-0 over the last 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way back to 2021. 22-0 is the single best stretch in the modern era for the University of Washington football program. You'd have to go back, oh boy, you got to go into the way, way, way back machine in the early aughts, and they won a lot of games. I think upwards of even 60 in a row at home at one point. Washington program that dominant, but very different era. And to do that, honestly, over multiple head coaches, to do that over multiple quarterbacks, to do that with, in this day and age, it does speak and it does, emphasize what Joel Klatt said, that Autzen Stadium and Husky Stadium west of the Mississippi are the most difficult home environments to play in. They just simply are. The noise reverberates. Oregon, in many ways, tried to emulate. On one side of their stadium, they have the cantilevered roof that the sound goes up and that sound goes down. And the sound on Saturday, if Damon Williams and Jonah Coleman and Des Boston and that crew do their job and keep that game close, Salk, that sound is going to be unlike anything Julian Sayin has ever heard. Now, he's heard it in the Horseshoe, and the Horseshoe is really loud. Julian is the first-year young starting quarterback for Ohio State, equally very talented, has also not thrown an interception, is third in the country in pass efficiency. DeMond is fourth in the country, and he's heard it get loud for the opponent. He's not had to deal with that himself. He's never been in a situation like this at all. And a bunch of these Buckeyes, remember, there's a lot of new blood. I think they sent 52 guys to the NFL last year off their title team. So, a lot of those familiar names that you watched the last couple years, their tackles, their running backs, their receiver, their tight end. Well, they got one receiver we know. Their tight end group, their edge rushers, they're all in the NFL. What returns and what comes into this house is an incredibly young, talented team. Kind of like the Mariners, next wave, right? This is their Colt Emerson, and they got names that aren't familiar to the country yet, other than Jeremiah Smith and their safety downs that are unbelievable top 10 NFL draft picks in April. But there's a lot of young talent and guys that got to make their mark. And for the Huskies, you've got to hope that you keep this thing close. If I were to write a path and I were to write a script, I think there's a couple components. Number one, DeMond, don't get sacked. Right? With a dual threat guy, as fast as he is, you can outrun UC Davis. You can outrun Colorado State. You can outrun that version of the Cougars. You're not going to outrun sideline to sideline this group consistently. You will at times.
Because nobody can, right?
Because they're that good. As Joel said, the strength of their team is their second level. Their 2 linebackers really run. And Downs, their safety, is an elite top 10 NFL draft pick. And he will come down in lurk and in spy, and he will be watching him. And he can track him down. He can run with him. Maybe not faster than him, but right there with him. So you have got to avoid the negative plays. Last year, 21 sacks. I believe it was 11 at Autzen Stadium alone. He's been sacked 6 times, 3 more times than Sam Darnold has in these 3 games against lesser competition. So avoiding the negative plays and the sacks will be hypercritical. That's number 1. And then number 2, keep this a 7-point game. Keep it a 10-point game in the second half. Put all the pressure on the team that's traveling into your house and make them feel that pressure. Make them feel that noise. Make them feel the weight of expectation that's on the number 1 team as, well, what opened up a 10.5-point favorite is now an 8.5-point favorite. The longer you can do that, Salk, the longer you get into the game, the longer you are in the late innings of, and this thing is competitive, advantage to Jonah Coleman, who can break some tackles. Right, who's going to have some opportunities. Advantage to Boston, who can get a one-on-one and make a one-handed catch into the end zone. Advantage to Damon breaking out of a sack and bursting for 40 yards to make a game-changing play and excite that crowd that much more. So I think those are a couple of the critical elements if they're going to pull off a major upset this weekend.
Well, that'd be pretty good. I mean, obviously, that would steal some headlines on a weekend where the Seahawks won't be playing. They'll have already played. The Mariners, I think by that point we'll have a pretty good sense as to who they're playing and what it all looks like. Be interesting if Washington could steal some of those headlines with a humongous upset of the number 1 team in the country.
It's going to be gorgeous
this
too, right? I think still
beautiful
Saturday.
Until Sunday. Yeah, I mean, the weather has just been incredible. It is really just
actually,
been
I'm
incredible.
looking. Maybe it turns a little earlier now. You never know.
Okay.
With these jet streams, but I'm looking at
the jet
65 and a 40% chance of rain.
Do we need to get Jim Cantori on the line again? Kind of see what's
really
going
about high
on
pressure fronts, low pressure fronts, Salk. It's the power of that jet stream.
Sure.
It used to be called the Pineapple Express. We don't do that.
Right.
That's offensive now. Now
Is
we
it?
just call it the what do they call it? The river.
The atmospheric river?
Yeah, atmospheric river.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't look like that's quite flown into town yet. But,
Okay, well, that's good. Let's keep that thing as far away from us as possible. No atmospheric rivers necessary.
No.
Seahawks underway, Brock. As you know, we want to send you and one of your 3 friends, well, 3 of your friends even, to watch the Seahawks 50th season celebration game, which will be October 5th. All you got to do is open the Seattle Sports app and click the Win tab. Find out how. If you don't already have the app, you know what you do? Text APP.
You know me.
Nice job. You're a little late on that one.
Sorry.
To 866-979-3776. We'll send you the link to download it. You can enter every day to increase your chances to win. The contest runs through Monday, September 29th. So, yeah, just text app APP.
You know me.
To 866-979-3776. All right. Trash takes coming up, right? You guys got your trash takes today? Are you?
I'm gonna win this week.
We'll see about that.
I followed your recipe.
We'll see where Brock's at if he's got a good trash take. Those are coming up at 9:45. We'll give you everything you need to know. We'll give you a lot more Mariner talk between now and then. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710 and SeattleSports.com.
It's why we love sports. Those certain moments, the ones we talk about for generations. Moments like this one.
Deep into the gap in left center field. Down for extra bases. Rayleigh will score. Crawford will score. Here comes Julio Roddy third. He'll score. 3-run double by Josh Naylor.
A win tonight, and the Mariners are division champs. M's and Rockies at T-Mobile. First pitch at 6:40 on the home of your playoff-bound Mariners. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, man, gaining weight, dragging throughout the day, losing your drive? It could be your testosterone. The team at Revive Men's Health Washington gets men back on track with the energy and drive they've been missing. Meet Tyler, Revive Men's Health Director of Operations and witness to hundreds of success stories.
I've seen guys come in worn out, discouraged, and just not themselves. A few months into treatment, they're standing taller, speaking with more confidence. It's like watching someone come back to life, like a light switch gets turned back on. The spouse says, "Thank you. I really have my partner back, better than before." That's the moment it all clicks for me, and that's why I do what I do.
Since 2011, Revive Men's Health has helped more than 120,000 men regain their energy and drive. Start your story today with an in-clinic visit or a secure video appointment. Call 206-529-1111 now to book your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation. That's 206-529-1111. Or schedule anytime at ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we don't just promise to get the job done, we back it up. No travel charge, no show-up fee, no overinflated pricing, and no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional each and every day. O'Neill Plumbing.
Hey, it's Kirk Herbstreit. On game day, great prep makes all the difference. Same goes for your pizza. That's why I go with Frigidaire Stone-Baked Pizza Oven. Fresh pizzas go from dough to done in just 2 minutes.
Whether you're throwing a party or squeezing in dinner between plays, this oven delivers hot, crispy, restaurant-quality pizza right from your kitchen. Only from Frigidaire. Game-ready pizza. Get it today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Huge savings on Dell AI PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors are here, and they're newly designed to help you do more faster. They can generate code, edit images, multitask without lag, draft emails, summarize documents, create live translations, and even extend your battery life. That's the power of Dell AI with Intel inside. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
The following is a paid advertisement for the Wellness Company.
Hey there, it's Michelle Smallman from Unsportsmanlike. I'm thrilled to be joined by Dr. Drew from the Wellness Company. And Dr. Drew, you have something very exciting to talk about today, the medical emergency kit. Tell us a little bit about this.
It is exciting. Look, I have been fighting to try to protect the patient-physician relationship my entire career, and we have lost. I finally decided I need to be involved with people that put the power back in the patient directly. These emergency kits give you everything you need so you don't have to spend $1,200 going to an emergency room. We have a significant medical team, the medical board at TWC, and we just sat down and put together what we would want for our family, for our patients.
Oh my gosh, so anything that anyone could need is in this
and there's
kit.
a guidebook here to tell you exactly how to use it, and again, telehealth backup.
It's remarkable. It's innovative. Everyone needs to get one. UrgentCareKit.com/sports, promo code sports to get $50 off your kit. That's UrgentCareKit.com/sports, promo code sports.
Prescription required. Always consult your doctor to determine if this product is right for you.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
Headed outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nellie on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on SeattleSports.com.
Hey, it's John Curley with some great news. If your home's heating or cooling is uneven, noisy, or expensive, listen up. The Quilt ductless heat pump system from Home Comfort Lines is changing the game. It gives you room-by-room control and next-gen efficiency, so you're only heating where you need it. That means real comfort and real savings, and every Quilt system qualifies for max tax credits. Trusted for 50 years. Call the comfort people today at HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at ProSculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's ProSculpt.com.
2026 Mariners season ticket memberships are on sale now. Catch Cal, Julio, and the crew at T-Mobile Park with year-round savings, no ticket fees, and more. You've got two great options. Reserved memberships let you lock in the best locations in the ballpark, whether you want to catch 20 games or the whole season. Or go with a Flex membership and choose your seats, games, and number of tickets as you go.
There it goes! Storybook season by Cal Raleigh.
Come on board today at Mariners.com/26.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Mariners are in the playoffs again, Brock. The Mariners are in the playoffs again. This is not a drill. This is the real thing. They are in with a chance for a whole lot more to come. It was kind of a weird, messy game last night. They didn't play all that well for the first 7 innings. Didn't look great, but that's okay. You're playing the Rockies and kind of let them beat themselves. Let them hit a batter and then walk a batter and then hit a batter and bring up Josh Naylor and let them do this.
Here's the set and the 2-0 pitch. Swinging a drive deep into the gap in left center field. Down for extra bases. Rayleigh will score. Crawford will score. He's waving in Julio. Here comes Julio rounding third. He'll score. A bases clearing 3-run double by Josh Naylor. Holy smokes, the Mariners have the lead. 4-3 here in the bottom of the 8th inning.
What did Scott Hunter tell us in the first hour of the show, the director of Mariners Scouting? He said those Naylor boys, they just know how to hit. When you watch a swing like that, and I know, I mean, it is the hardest thing to do in sport, right? That bat hit that ball. That ball was like 99 miles an hour. But when you see them do it and hit it that pure, that swing was so short. That barrel was so to the ball. It's just like, oh, why can't you do that all the time? Like, well, just hit it to the gap in left center field all the time.
Why not?
Well, he's kind of doing it almost all the time. Over 1,000 OPS as a Mariner at T-Mobile Field. Josh loves the sight lines. He loves the everything about it. He loves seeing everything. Got no problem hitting in T-Mobile and put on a show again last night.
T-Mobile Field?
T-Mobile Park?
T-Mobile Field.
Did I say field?
Is that a new ballpark I don't know about?
No, T-Mobile Park. I'm sorry. Did I say
just
field?
wasn't sure if they'd moved.
Oh, I was looking at the ESPN app for Josh Naylor stats, and they still call it Safeco Field in their splits.
Maybe that was your confusion.
So,
I can understand.
I apologize.
Quite the celebration afterwards. Everybody involved. Dan Wilson even speaking to the guys right before or even after some of the champagne was popped.
Everybody in this room, a tremendous amount of gratitude for all the hard work that's gone into this thing. All season long, you guys have worked your tails off. Everybody is here. We talked about it in spring training. It's a journey up the mountain. We're now one of those teams that earns the privilege to finish the course all the way to the top, boys. And it starts tomorrow. Let's go!
Ooh, not bad. That's stash. That's stash.
I love the stash.
Woo!
Big fan of the stash. I was saying yesterday, I think he should keep that thing full time. That makes him like, that's a baseball stash, man. That is a baseball mustache. Hey, looks like good news on the Brian Wu front. He's not going to pitch tomorrow. Not that unexpected, but should be ready to go in the playoffs, which now we know will be in part of their future, which is great. And still an opportunity for them to get more rest with a first-round bye. Tigers lost again last night, so you could...
So what are we up on them?
Well, they
2 plus a tiebreaker?
Yeah, the problem is at some point, if they lose again, Cleveland passes them. So, like, you are concerned about the Tigers.
We have the tiebreaker with Cleveland and Detroit.
Yeah. So you could clinch as soon as tomorrow, I think, is the night. You got to sweep, and then you can clinch tomorrow. But that could happen, and that'd be pretty incredible to have a second overall seed wrapped up by the time the Dodgers even get here on Friday. Pretty incredible.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Football-wise, Seahawks are going to play right in the middle of this all. Thursday night, tomorrow night, down in Arizona, and they look reasonably healthy. I mean, just looking at the walkthrough report, they didn't have a full practice yesterday, but the estimate of who would have practiced was exactly the same as it was the day before.
Yep.
And so I would say that's pretty encouraging, right?
I would too. And Charbonnet looks like he's been a full participant listed there. So they've done the testing on that foot, and he looks like he's going to be raring to go. And I would imagine probably pretty hungry after his last outing. And Arizona's a feast or famine kind of defense. They're very aggressive. They bring a lot of pressure. They're going to get you at times, and then you're going to get them. And hopefully the way this offensive line is blocked, it's not a dominant defensive line. It's a good crew, though, and we saw them last year and their young head coach. Those guys played pretty hard and played pretty well, and they usually start pretty fast. So this would be a good one. As hard as it is to go on the road on a short week, this would be a really good one to get to 3-1. And as you've said a few times, a schedule that certainly has some opportunity in the weeks ahead.
Yeah, we'll probably talk a little bit more about that at some point because there are a lot of the things have changed a little bit since maybe you first looked at it before the season began. In the meantime, National observers, I think, starting to recognize a little bit of what they're doing. They moved up a couple spots in the power rankings for ESPN. Now number 14, so at least in the top half of the league, just behind Minnesota, ahead of Denver, Arizona, and Pittsburgh. So hopefully a win over Arizona starts to cement that.
You know, one thing we haven't talked about, and it really showed up Monday night with the Lions win over the Ravens, is how many Ravens fans are missing their old D coordinator. Yeah. Lot of stuff out there about that Baltimore defense not looking like it used to look like when Mr. McDonald was calling the shots.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
We just spent some time talking about the Huskies. Of course, they've got the number one team in the land. Ohio State will be here on Saturday at Husky Stadium. Obviously, Jed Fish excited for that.
We're really excited about the game. We know we have a fantastic opponent coming in, the number one team in the country. I think that's happened 5 times in the history of Washington football. To host a number one team in the country hasn't happened in the last 18 years. And we recognize it's going to be an incredible challenge.
An incredible challenge.
Incredible.
Yeah, but tell you what, you succeed in that challenge. It'll be an incredible reward as well. Kraken lost last night 4-1 preseason game up in Calgary. They'll play another tonight in Edmonton. That's everything you need to know.
Feel good about my trash take in 20 minutes. I
Do you?
I should probably have a little humility, though. Should probably not, call my shot.
I don't know if there's a period where it kind of is too old. It's a month old, but sure.
Your trash take is a month old?
It's not. I don't think
it is. You can see when the video was posted.
A month?
It came to popularity last week. Thank you very much.
A month?
I almost used this take a month ago, so it's
a month old, Brock.
It really is amazing that it goes this way.
Sabotage me. Trying to sabotage me.
I've done something like this in the past, and you ripped me for it.
I think yours was a year old, but
that's true. It was a full year, Lyle.
I was just wondering what the deadline is.
It has been too long since we've played this from Cal Raleigh.
We love you. Might as well go win the whole thing.
Yeah, that was last night. Cal to the crowd going crazy as he channeled, Major
I guess
League.
there's only one thing left to do.
What's that?
Win the whole thing.
Thanks, Jake. That's the only thing left to do. The only thing left. They actually got a couple things in between. First, you got to win the AL West. Then you can win a first-round bye. Then you can win an ALDS. Then you can win an ALCS. And then, Cal, you get the opportunity to do exactly what you just said.
I love you. Might as well go win the whole thing.
4 down territory. Going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
Why do you think the middle of the field will again be an area the Seahawks can attack?
Mac Wilson, the middle linebacker, he's allowed 15 completions when he's been targeted 16 times. That's 93% of the time you are able to complete that pass across the middle. Mac, I'm sorry, I'm not picking on you. You are a pro. You've been in the league for a while. I respect you. It's going to be tough. You also have Jalen Thompson. Go Cougs.
4 down territory. Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
All right, luxury awaits for you at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. You can book now for an incredible experience. Heck, maybe even this weekend. Everything is open, and it is awesome. Whether it's the new sports bar, which is incredible, indoor-outdoor with tons of TVs and great food, the new pool area. Yeah, the weather is still great, but it doesn't even need to be because part of it's indoors. You got the new spa. You got the great rooms. You've got the big 2,000-seat entertainment space, convention center. You've got the expanded non-smoking gaming floor. They just did such a great job with the whole thing. Go check it out at snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. You're imagining a Mainview home. Now imagine a Mainview home on sale, saving $50,000 to $120,000.
Isn't that what Brett and Amy bought? Yeah, it's a Mainview, and they saved a bundle. What are you doing? Looking at the Mainview website. It's now or never.
What's better than a Mainview home? A Mainview home on sale. Mainview communities across the Puget Sound.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door,
At West Hills Autoplex, we thoroughly inspect and prepare every used car to be like new. Because to you, it is new. We also pay you top dollar for your vehicle, so there's no better place to give your old car a new story. Auto Center Way exit, Highway 3 Bremerton.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Breaking Benjamin. And 3 Days Grace. Live. September 30th at Climate Pledge Arena with special guest Return to Dust. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss Breaking Benjamin and 3 Days Grace.
Maura Dooley here. It's time to recognize a woman in our sports community with the 2025 Women of Inspiration Award. The nominations are in, and the Seattle chapter of WISE, which stands for Women in Sports and Events, needs your help selecting a winner. Voting is open now until September 26th at woiseattle.org. The winner will receive a generous cash donation from WISE and their partners for the cause of their choice. Help honor a local woman today. Vote by September 26th at woiseattle.org.
Seattle Sports, home of your playoff-bound Mariners.
Do you need a new roof? Then visit 3treeroofing.com to get $500 off your roofing project by scheduling a free estimate. 3Tree Roofing's certified team builds a custom plan for your home using top-tier materials with industry-leading warranties. All of their install crews are factory certified to ensure that your roof can handle any weather Seattle can throw our way. Don't wait until leaks turn into expensive damage this rainy season. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free estimate today and secure your $500 discount. 3Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Open enrollment for Medicare happens every year, but for a lot of people, it's still confusing. Hi, this is Herb Weisbaum, the Consumer Man. Don't worry, help is on the way with a Medicare Jumpstart Toolkit brought to you by the Insurance Commissioner's SHIBA program. Find out what's changing and learn about your options for Medicare with 7 easy steps to get ready for open enrollment. Order your free copy of the Medicare Jumpstart Toolkit at insurance.wa.gov or pick up a copy at your local library or senior center.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Our trash takes in 15 minutes. Mariners with an opportunity to win the AL West tonight for the first time since 2001. Brock, at 6 o'clock before you jumped on, in addition to celebrating and talking through the excitement level and what happens next and all of it, I did think it was appropriate to go back to the big moment that I think ultimately leads us to where we are today. And that was
the yellow legal pad. Yeah.
I know you love that. But it is that moment. This does not happen. This does not occur. We are not here having this conversation today were it not for the decision that was made by everyone in the room, but led by Jerry Dipoto and signed off on by John Stanton, to rebuild. To say, yeah, we're good. We're not good enough. We're not great. And we don't have the support underneath our good roster in order to get better. So what do we need to do? We need to rebuild. And you know me, I'm a fan of the rebuild. Have been since the day I got here in 2009. I believe in rebuilding. I believe that that is a pathway to greater success. It's why I had uncomfortable conversations about trading Felix Hernandez and other good players that the Mariners have had over the years. And it's why I was excited the day they traded Robbie Cano, signaling the beginning of that rebuild and the end of the previous era. They let Nelson Cruz go. They made a lot of big changes and didn't, even more so than what they got back, because Lyle's right, that the guys they got back, Jared Kelenic didn't end up being a big part of this, but it more signaled that they were in acquiring mode and retention mode at the minor leagues and at the base of their organization rather than at the top of their organization at the pro level. And if you go back, this was Jerry in, where'd it go? Hold on. This is Jerry in, I think, 2000. When was this more? We played it earlier. 2019, I think. Here was Jerry.
We knew what we were getting into. We knew that there would be some pain to tolerate at the major league level. And we don't expect that we're going to go into this offseason and it be out there scouring the free agent market at the top of the food chain. You know, we understood that this was going to be a 2-year process. We're almost halfway home, and we feel like we've made great progress in laying a foundation. And now we have a lot of work to do in continuing to develop these guys and identify where our needs are as we move forward. But we're really happy with where it's gone.
All right, so obviously it was longer than a 2-year process, and I'm not going to get too hung up on that. I think you could say, though, the process did not take that long. I mean, this is now year 5 of actually being in contention in some way after a couple of years where they really stepped back. But I would also argue the first year that they truly have it all. The first year that they truly have what they need at the big league level combined with what they need to fill in and augment at the top of the minor league system, combined with the depth and real talent, high-level talent throughout that system, both to go acquire guys they need like Naylor and Gino and Randy and Luis and everyone else they brought in through trades over the last couple of years, but also with more dudes coming so that you can have realistic conversations about some of the guys that are currently on your roster. They kind of have it all, and kind of going through it, I believe I have this stat right. Somebody would have to check this, but I heard this yesterday, that they have, based on WAR, the most wins under team control for the next 2 seasons of any team in the league outside of the Dodgers. Like, they've got a really good young nucleus, and they've got a top-notch farm system, maybe the best in the league, and they've got a draft system. We talked to Scott Hunter today that consistently works and will continue to turn out pretty good talent. They figured out the development side of things that for a long time was not a big part of what the Mariners did here under Bill Bavasi or Jack Zarensik. And they've got one of the most complete rosters in the major leagues, which we talked about ad nauseum. So, Brock, you talk through where the Mariners are at. You talk through a core that was developed internally, Cal, Julio, Logan, George. You talk about the augmenting this year with Young and Williamson and Canzone and Hancock and Logan Evans. You talk about the trades for Randy and Josh Naylor and Gino. And you put all that together, all of that, every single one of those things becomes possible because of the rebuild. And Lyle asked a good question earlier. I'm sorry to hog this for a bit, but I'll turn it over to you in a sec. Lyle asked a good question earlier. Like, well, what do you mean? Like, okay, well, Kelenic wasn't a real part of it. Justin Dunn and some of the other guys they traded. You're right. But how many times along the way were the Mariners asked to trade Julio Rodriguez? How many times along the way were they asked to trade Cal or Julio or Kirby, Logan or George or Brian, whomever, Bryce Miller? And each time, what do they say? No, we're not in the business of doing that. Our team at the major league level isn't ready for us to trade those guys to try to get marginally better at the big league level. They needed that group, and you needed to be patient for that group to all mature and get to where they are now. But a 24-year-old Julio and a bunch of starting pitchers right in the prime of their career, but still young enough to be healthy for the most part. The incredible superstar turn of Cal Raleigh. You put it all together, and that is how you build a team that's about to win the AL West.
Yeah, I think it was a couple years ago that Jerry had said, and some of the things Jerry said would at times be, polarizing to the fan base. But he said, in many ways, we're the envy of a lot of other organizations when it came to their pitching, right? When it came to their development, when it came to their farm system, the stuff that 99% of us never see. What do we see? We used to see almost 4-hour baseball games. Now they're about 2.5 hours or less, right? That's about what you see on a nightly basis. You see that product for 2 to 2.5 hours. You don't see 90-some%, are not the Lyles and the TJs and the really passionate people that are pouring over all the minor leaguers and the Jason Churchills that do see more of the picture, but even they are not inside the walls seeing all of it.
Yeah.
That was an instructive conversation with Scott Hunter, talking about the level of trust and continuity they have. I am sure, much like Mike Mayock said, eliminate 25 of the 32 NFL teams because they're dysfunctional, from the owner to the president to the alignment to the trust to the ego to all the silos to all of it. And I bet you out of 30 Major League Baseball teams, it feels like you could probably eliminate at least half, right?
Yeah. Maybe a dozen.
That if you really got inside the walls and you'd say, oh my gosh, that ownership, oh my gosh.
I think there's some different ways to do it in baseball, to be honest. Like, one way to do it in baseball is just to outspend that problem, right? So that can be effective. It's not the only way to win, as I think I've mentioned a couple of times, and it feels pretty relevant today. Yeah. But one way to win is to just outspend alignment. Like, yeah, whatever. I'm the owner. I'm Mike Ilitch, and I just want to spend more money on this, and let's bring in Cabrera or Miguel.
Tried to do that with the Angels for a lot of years.
I didn't say that's going to work every year, but some teams that don't have alignment can get over it.
Yes, there's more opportunities in baseball. There's not a salary cap. There's not things are not set up to get to everybody to 81-81 like they are in football. So it's not a great analogy, but you just do get the sense, and certainly in talking to people around the Rockies and people around the White Sox, people around those organizations, the A's, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? There's none of that anymore here. We all know what we're doing here. You're doing this, Scott. You're doing this, Jerry. You're doing this, Justin. You're doing this, Andy McKay. You're doing this. And they've all done it for year after year. I loved when Scott said those first couple drafts, trying to figure out how to do this, right? We're all trying to figure out how to bring these numbers and these analytics with our scouts, with all of it together. And there's nobody that is, I shouldn't say that. I got to be careful when I give these huge, hyperbolic. There's nobody else doing it as well. But my goodness gracious, their track record with their first rounders. You win that last night and you put yourself in this position. Let's be really abundantly clear, because Logan and George and Cal and your picks and Woo and Bryce, your draft capital, your draft picks in a draft, develop, and trade. The first part of that is draft. You're here because your draft has put yourself in this position. And then the development and then the trades and all the rest of it come together to put yourself in a spot we've not been in 25 years here. And it feels great.
So do you think that to me, that starts with the philosophical change in deciding to rebuild?
100%. Had to do it. Robbie and Felix and Nelly and those guys may have been able to scratch out 80-some wins, may have been able to keep you kind of relevant. And who knows, maybe a few more. But, I remember that vividly. I remember those years, Salk, and you vividly being like, yeah, sorry, we just didn't have the trade chips.
Yeah, I got a texter
Sorry,
here.
we just didn't have the
because
pieces,
there's a texter who thinks that. It says, hey, you could have ended up where we are today without selling Nelly or Cano or Diaz or Gino or Kelnick or Marco or any of those guys. The returns yielded next to nothing. The rebuild didn't benefit us at all. Figuring out how to draft, develop, and trade for big league talent, not prospects, is what got us here. I disagree with you. You're right. I mean, not entirely. Some of that is absolutely correct. Wow, that's similar to the argument you were making.
Yeah.
There is some merit there. It was not specifically done by trading guys for the talent that ended up succeeding. The problem is, if you had kept all of those guys, the Nellys, the Canos, everyone you just mentioned, and continued to make decent runs at it every year, but without much hope of actually winning much of anything, every year you would have been tempted and probably would have dealt some of those guys in order to improve that ball club. Yeah, you would have traded George Kirby. You would have traded Bryce Miller. You might have traded Julio Rodriguez. You might have traded Cal Raleigh.
So to your point, you needed to give the young people the runway to do this.
You need to be more concerned with the long-term build than the short-term success for some amount of time in order to grow an organization that is as deep as this one is today, as really I should say as rich as this one is today, because I think that includes both the high-level talent, the depth they have, and where they're at all the different parts of the organization, all of the different levels of the minor leagues. If you were trying to win every single year, you have to go out and actually give yourself a chance to do all that. And every year you'd be like, well, you got to go trade this guy. You got to go trade that guy. You got to trade this guy. And then you end up treading water. I would prefer to pull the plug.
And I'm sure there's some on that text toy that would say, well, actually, if you had a 250, if you're a major market team, you could have, done a little more
but they're
of
not.
that. But they're not a $250 million team.
I mean, they're not a major market. They're the 15th biggest market.
Yep.
So they're about the 15th biggest payroll. I mean, that's sort of how all of that has functioned. And so here you are today. And I absolutely credit the rebuild. I credit Jerry Dipoto for getting his group together and saying, okay, it's time for us to do it. I credit John Stanton for saying, all right, if that's what you want to do, that's what we've got to do. Yeah, I mean, that's what puts you in position. So they haven't done it yet. 3-6-0. Salk, they haven't done anything yet. I know. I'm not talking like they won the World Series.
ADS ain't done squat.
Absolutely, and it's baseball. You don't know what's going to happen in the postseason, but they've built an organization right now that not only has a World Series favorite, not according to me, but according to the computers at Fangraphs, and according to executives around the league who look at it and say, "Yep, this is a team that can win it all." And a team that's putting us on their backs for a wild, fun ride right now, having won 15 of 16 games, and a team that is set up, Brock, for this not to be a one-hit wonder, but for them to have continued success, sustained success over the course of the next few years. And that's where Jerry Dipoto's 54% does come in. It's understanding that if you're able to be in it every year, year after year after year, you're giving yourself so many more bites at the apple. So you're right. They haven't done squat. They might not do squat this year when it's all said and done, but you know what? They're in prime position to do squat next year and the year after and the year after and the year after, as they've got, what's the phrase? Waves of talent all getting ready to come to the big leagues. Yeah, I think that, Brock, that is why I don't worry about giving this take today. Somebody saying, well, they haven't done squat this year. Okay. They may never win the World Series. Baseball has a lot of luck to it. There's a lot of good and bad fortune that goes into a small sample size of how things go.
But next February, what are they running back? What do we get to hang with there at the picnic table? We get to hang with a lot of these dudes. And I really hope, and this was obviously a red-hot topic last night after that game, I really, really, really hope that Josh Naylor's a part of it.
I do too. I mean, I would agree. That would be priority one.
Yes.
That would be
draft,
priority
develop,
one.
trade, pay.
Absolutely. That would be priority one. And I have a gut feeling that it'll happen. I don't know. But Cal's going to be back next year. Your second base situation next year with Cole Young looks better than it did. Shortstop, JP's probably coming back. We'll see what that looks like. Yeah, they'll have some conversations at third base, and I don't know whether it'll be Gino, but if it's not, you've got that money plus the Haniger money. The outfield is pretty well set moving forward, although I guess Kyle gets his way, or if Lyle rather gets his way, they'll go after Kyle Tucker. I don't think that
would be my way. Yes,
I know it is. I don't see that happening. Not with some needs in some of those other spots. And then your whole rotation's going to come back, and your bullpen comes back. They got a lot of these guys kind of signed up long term.
And then you got a few right down there, kind of waiting for there, an Arroyo and an Emerson and a Montez, and just a bunch of those guys kind of chomping at the bit too.
All right.
Man, it's healthy, and man, it's a sustainable product. And right now, it's not only a sustainable product, it is a red-hot product that is giving us an optimism we've not had here, again, in 25 years.
Get it together! Don't look like trash!
Trash takes.
It's a bunch of trash.
Oh, gosh.
I thought it was trash.
On Brock and Salk.
That's a terrible take.
Whose oh gosh is that? Is that DJ saying oh gosh?
Oh, gosh, yes.
That's what I thought.
Oh, gosh, yes.
All right, we got trash takes today, huh? What do you guys got for me? Brock thinks he's going to win, so we'll wait on Brock. We'll let Brock go last. Lyle, what do you got? Why don't you go first today? Tell us what you got for trash takes.
We spent some time playing some sound from WFAN yesterday about the whole Aaron Judge versus Cal Raleigh thing. Honestly, the most egregious soundbite to me, I didn't even think we got to, so I'm going to use it here. It's Tiki Barber talking about Judge versus Cal in the MVP debate, and he says this. He's talking about Judge, and then Cal too.
Easily the best player in the American League. But because Cal Raleigh is unique, they want to give him the MVP. And so if you rob, because I'm calling it that now, rob the best player in the American League, the MVP, because you want to give it to some gimmick? You want to rob Aaron Judge of his back-to-back and his third MVP? You screw with his legacy.
Gimmick.
Cal's a gimmick.
Gimmick. Yeah,
He's just a gimmick.
58 home runs and breaking Mantle's record and breaking Junior's record. It's all a gimmick.
Just a gimmick. That's a pretty good take from Tiki. Yeah, all right. I can see why that one finds its way into trash takes this morning.
That's pretty trashy.
That's pretty bad. Maura, you already found Evan Roberts, so what else you got up your sleeve for trash takes this week?
I'm going to go with Mad Dog Russo.
Okay, we're also going back to New York.
He was
It's
on
a big
Thursday.
WFAN fest today.
He is very angry today at these teams.
No.
He starts out with the Yankees, but at these teams that dare celebrate clinching a playoff
Oh,
spot.
my gosh. Come on, Mad Dog.
He doesn't mention the Mariners by name, but he plays some footage of them and says, look, they're not the only ones, and then goes into the Phillies.
No one's talking about when Jim.
That's Brock's car.
Oh, my gosh. She's
Sorry.
sabotaging
Whoa.
me.
I haven't even heard.
Sabotaging
I
me.
didn't even hear it.
Trying to
sick and
sabotage.
tired of all these big baseball teams celebrating what they made the playoffs, the wild card. Let's go out there and have a big party. The Yankees are the latest last night. They beat the White Sox. Huh? Please take it easy. They got a $400 million payroll, and the Yankees are celebrating like this is a big deal. Toronto's going to win the division for crying out loud. And look at Aaron Boone. He's not Miller Huggins. The crowd wants him out of there. They don't want this. Aaron Boone. That New York audience can't stand Boone. They want him gone. But he's making it sound like we've done something phenomenal. The Yankees have a huge payroll. Yes, they lost Garrett Cole. Take it easy with these celebrations. And they're not the only. Look at this. Look at this. You know the Phillies? They went absolutely nuts. They put the Phillies, who never won anything in a postseason, the Phillies put billboards around downtown Philadelphia. Congratulations on winning the NL East. Who cares?
It's a 162-game season. They worked hard for this, and they earned a playoff spot. Calm down.
Okay.
The players don't have anything to do with what the payroll ends up being.
No.
They're allowed to be excited that they made the playoffs.
Well, I do get some of the money that comes through the payroll.
Yeah, but there's guys on that team like Jose Caballero, who we knew here. He's not part of that huge payroll.
No, he's not.
And he walked it off for them last night. He's not allowed to celebrate.
No, he's not, Maura.
No, Maura.
He should act like he's been there before.
Ain't done squat yet. Ain't done squat.
He should act like he's been there before. All right, Brock. You're feeling
So they
pretty
turned
good
to
about
New York.
yourself.
They're trying to pay the piper. They turned to New York
That is a
because you
helpful.
hate New York.
That is a good way to go.
But as much as you hate New York, you hate Urban Meyer more.
Oh, so you were just destined to go with Urban Meyer after we talked about it.
So last week, Chargers, prime time, big time game. Yeah, Urban Meyer's talking about, well, man, why didn't the NFL do to Jim Harbaugh what the NFL did to Jim Tressel?
No one's talking about when Jim Tressel was fired at Ohio State and he was given a suspension. Roger Goodell, commissioner of the National Football League, came out and said that we're going to honor that we're going to honor that suspension. And you remember he went to the Indianapolis Colts to work in the replay room or something. The Colts, because of the respect they had for the NCAA and the suspension, do you realize suspended Jim Tressel? So he was unable to perform his duties for the first 6 games of the year for the Indianapolis Colts. I think we all know the answer.
Yeah.
Any chance that Roger Goodell and the NFL? Of course not.
What's his point?
Why isn't Jim Harbaugh? Why didn't the NFL and Roger Goodell go after Jim Harbaugh and
because they
Pete
once
Carroll
went after the other guy.
like they did Jim Tressel?
Why
didn't that suspension in college football carry over to the NFL for?
Just out of curiosity, why didn't it? Why didn't they do that? Is he right?
they do it to Pete Carroll after Pete?
No, I know they didn't. I understand.
No.
I'm just asking why would
Yeah.
they have done it to Tressel and not to the other two guys?
Well, I think there was some in play at that time in that era. I don't know, Salk, 20-some years ago where the NCAA had teeth and it actually had bylaws.
Got it.
It actually mattered 20 years ago.
Okay, yeah. Well, thank you for the answer. I was curious.
You're welcome. Yeah.
All right, good battle. 3 pretty good trash takes. Brock, I'm sorry. For yours, I had to have it explained to me, so I don't know that it can win. I appreciate that you went with Urban Meyer, but A, it's a month old, and B, I didn't understand it entirely, so I'm sorry you're third today. Lyle, you're going to come in second.
What?
Yeah, I appreciate it. It's
For a gimmick?
For the gimmick. The gimmick take is
come
dumb.
on.
But I feel like we've been arguing about that nonstop. Like, I'm getting a little bit of, like, Aaron Judge,
Fatigue?
New York.
Trash fatigue?
Cal, over. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just getting too much of it. I feel like I've heard too much. I've had more than my fill.
Sorry, Lyle. I would have voted for you.
I didn't think I had a chance today.
And that Mad Dog one is absurd. That is such an old man yelling at clouds take, except that's not even the way the old guard in baseball treats it. That's what's so confusing to me. The old guard in baseball doesn't even handle it that way. The old guard says it's an 162-game season. Celebrate every opportunity you can because it's cool and unique and amazing, and you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. That's not just like the young bucks coming up. That's what's always been the case in baseball. That is a really strange take from a guy that is just looking to complain, and I don't even really believe he believes that. I think he's just looking to play a role, so I'm going to go with that as the trash take of the week. And I actually, in talking about it, I'm not sure it's all that close. I think that's kind of a blowout.
Wow, interesting.
How about that?
209 says, or 206 says there's no way Lyle doesn't win that.
You know what I'd say to Urban Meyer? How come Fox doesn't have to honor some of the things that they hear from around, in terms of the way you support, abusers and everything else that Urban Meyer's done over the course of his career to completely embarrass himself? How come the networks don't need to, kind of follow through with that?
And I think we've seen from the NFL that they're very selective. It's very easy to suspend a video replay guy as opposed to a head coach that's making millions of dollars that was brought into.
Yeah. Interesting.
How
we ready for
Fox
tomorrow?
Doesn't do that. That's kind of
So
weird.
Are we, speaking of old men.
Yeah. Like, can we handle it? Staying up late enough to watch this and then coming in the morning?
And then it's game day Rawls?
Game day Rawls today. Tomorrow,
I mean,
anyway.
it's a game day Rawls tomorrow on top of what could be an AL West celebration.
Yep. Gonna be a big day tomorrow.
How long a nap are you taking?
Today? Long.
Yes.
Oh, he already let me know in break.
Long to quite long. Yeah. Yesterday, we're dog sitting, so one of the dogs was like nuzzling at me while I was trying to sleep. She wanted to be pet, and I was like, I'm sleeping. And there was a very short nap yesterday.
You're shutting the door.
The people are not happy with your crowning me winner this week.
I don't care.
I
Text
agree.
line thinks you're the
Let
trash.
them be the trash. Are they wearing the hat? Are they the trash master? Have they given as many trash takes over the years as I
I
have?
just thought I would be fair and disclose that my win is controversial on the text line.
Not for me.
Feels that way.
That was actually pretty easy. Pretty simple.
Feels like you're being too hard on Lyle.
No, I'm not. I thought Lyle came in second. I'm being too hard on you. All right, we got to go. Bob and Stacy, they'll get their chance to celebrate the Mariners going into
my
the
whole
playoffs
life that way,
next.
so live my
I
whole
know.
life
I'm
that
so
way.
sorry, buddy. We'll be back tomorrow morning, and we'll see if we're talking about the AL West champion, Seattle Mariners. Until then, Brock, the hay.
It's in the barn.
See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
It's why we love sports. Those certain moments, the ones we talk about for generations. Moments like this one.
Deep into the gap in left center field. Down for extra bases. Rayleigh will score. Crawford will score. Here comes Julio rounding third. He'll score. 3-run double by Josh Naylor.
A win tonight, and the Mariners are division champs. M's and Rockies at T-Mobile. First pitch at 6:40 on the home of your playoff-bound Mariners. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
In the Pacific Northwest, choose Star Rentals for construction equipment. With 18 locations, they deliver superior service and unmatched follow-through. Visit starrentals.com. Star Rentals, the preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Switching bath soap from sandalwood to tropical essence? That's glamping in the rainforest. Sometimes a different way is the better way. Like the SR 509 Expressway near SeaTac. Tolling September 29th. Free Good to Go sticker pass at goodtogo509.com.
Are your investment dollars working as hard as they should be? You've spent years building your future. Don't let outdated advice put it at risk. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. We're a veteran-owned firm proud to bring a new standard of financial care to the Seattle area. Our nationally recognized advisors are fiduciaries, ethically bound to put your interests first. That's the highest standard of care in the industry. As a privately held company, we answer to you, our valued clients, not shareholders. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a customized plan. From Bellevue to Tacoma, get advice you can count on. It's time to take a fresh look at your financial plan. Call Trajan Wealth, 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. You're imagining a Mainview home. Now imagine a Mainview home on sale, saving $50,000 to $120,000.
Isn't that what Brett and Amy bought?
Yeah, it's a Mainview, and they saved a bundle.
What are you doing?
Looking at the Mainview website. It's now or never.
What's better than a Mainview home? A Mainview home on sale. Mainview communities across the Puget Sound.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and skip the regular line at the airport and pay for speedy security. Imagine not having to quickly unpack and pack at the place you already came packed to. And wearing your shoes the whole time you're there? You can't put a price on that kind of luxury. Well, actually you can, and you paid for it. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for speedy security. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners are playing October baseball. Seattle clinched a playoff spot for just the second time since 2001 with their 4-3 win over the Rockies last night. Still to play for the AL West title, which Seattle can clinch with either a win or an Astros loss. That magic number is 1. They also have a chance to clinch the 2 seed later this week. The Seahawks head to Arizona to take on the Cardinals tomorrow for Thursday night football with a chance to improve to 3-1.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. The Mariners are playing October baseball. Playoffs officially back for Seattle. I know that in 2022 they did this and we were all talking about, oh my God, we're back at the playoffs. This is absolutely unreal to see. I don't know about you guys. It still felt surreal seeing it last night, even knowing that there had been photos of champagne being wheeled into the clubhouse, knowing that you were not only going to clinch a playoff spot, but that you can clinch the West, that you could clinch a 2 seed by Thursday. I still felt surreal watching players put on the T-shirts and watching them celebrate. I'm not even speaking from the point of view of like a fan, just as like a sports observer going like, man, I'm not used to covering this team in the playoffs. And I'm not used to talking about a team, not even just going to the playoffs. I'm not used to covering a Mariners team where you're like, could they win a World Series? It's kind of a weird AL this year.
The last time they went to the playoffs, nobody was talking about winning the whole thing.
No.
It was more just like, we made it. We're in the playoffs.
Happy to be here.
Let's see what happens. No manager was coming out talking about let's win it. No player was coming out saying let's win it. So I let you know right now where their focus is. But no, that was fun to watch, man. That ballpark was loud last night. I had people texting me who were there talking about it. It was fun, and the way they did it too. And I was looking at just imagining being on the field if I'm the Rocky, and they're like, oh, yeah, you beat us. Good for you. Because the Rockies have nothing to play for. So it's almost like they're trying to play some type of spoiler, but there's like, it's so dramatic because one team's playing for everything. The other team is just showing up to the ballpark. And I was looking at Naylor and his emotions when he hit the double. And I'm looking at the Rockies. Baseball's weird like that, man, to where, you got to go through a series. Like in football, it's one game. I'm playing this team for one game, and they could jack our season up. But with the Rockies, it's like, yeah, we're hanging out here for a week. And we're going to watch you guys celebrate maybe multiple times. So, but no, fun to see.
Yeah.
The vibe feels different. They feel confident. They feel like they think they're capable, and they're ready to go.
Now, all of that being said, please raise your hand if you thought at some point last night the Mariners might lose.
Oh, yeah.
Raise your hand.
Yeah.
Everyone hand up
I'm
in the
there.
air. Raise your hand if you thought at some point, Matt raised his hand, the Mariners would lose. Now, I did, full disclosure. They played some pretty bad baseball. And I don't think they're a bad baseball team, but they were playing some pretty bad baseball through most of that game. You talk about that bases clearing double.
Here's the set and the 2-0 pitch. Swinging a drive deep into the gap in left center field. Down for extra bases. Rayleigh will score. Crawford will score. He's waving in Julio. Here comes Julio rounding third. He'll score. A bases clearing 3-run double by Josh Naylor. Holy smokes, the Mariners have the lead. 4-3 here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Naylor comes through in the clutch with 2 outs, a double into the gap in left center field, scoring Rayleigh, Crawford, and Julio Rodriguez. It's a brand new ball game, and the fans are on their feet here at T-Mobile Park.
Fans on their feet and fans losing their mind. And look, I would have loved just better baseball through most of that game, but I don't even think you get that moment bump, that electric moment where the ground is shaking. Naylor's losing his mind. Players are losing their minds. The lights are flashing on and off in the park. You don't get that just collective sigh of relief and just jubilant celebration without initially thinking for a split second, man, we could have had it here. The Yankees lost today. Oh, if only you would have won. This was a bad team. You should have beat them. It's looking like you're not going to do it. You're down, not only down 1-0, tie it, then you're down 3-1, and it's just like, what are we doing here? And then you get that
It was the
moment.
drama.
Yeah.
It was all set up for that because, I thought they might lose this game. You're scoreboard watching. You see the Yankees taking care of business for you. And, if they were to come out and dominate this game, you don't get that moment. Everyone's excited. Afterwards, you're celebrating. But it was the way that they did it. And I prefer that they come out and dominate. But what it did create is a clip in a moment that no one's going to forget. You know, I've watched that clip so many times, like maybe 10, 15 times. And every time I watch it, I'm picking up on something different. First time, I'm just looking at Naylor. As he hits the ball, he looks towards the dugout like, yeah, I did that, as he rounds first base. And then I look at the beer garden, people jumping up and down in the beer garden. Then I'm looking at Naylor and Coach Young getting hyped at second base. Then I'm looking at the crowd behind the dugout. It's like there's so many moments that were created there, and it's simply because you were losing to the Rockies and had to show that you're a clutch team. And that's one of the things I like about this team. We'll talk about it later. Is just the clutch moments, man. And when Naylor was up to bat, I was extremely confident. Probably more confident than if anybody else were up to bat at that moment. Naylor has been the guy during the second half.
I watched him during you're right. I kind of keyed in on him during that moment and just his celebration and intensity. Also watching him for that final out.
Mooney ready. Looks in, get the sign. Munoz, the 0-2 on the way to Carroll's. Here she comes. Swing and a miss. Strike three. The Mariners will play in October. Cal Raleigh with the underhand toss to Naylor. The Mariners are going to the postseason. And the fans are going crazy here at T-Mobile Park. The Mariners will play games in October. They make it to the postseason with a come from behind 4-3 win over the Rockies here at T-Mobile Park.
You're watching Naylor lose his mind there. Cal runs out to the mound and like jumps into Andres Munoz's arms. Guys are celebrating. You're right. You just rewind it and you rewatch it and you just try to pick apart like each individual reaction just to kind of get some insight into how these guys must feel right now.
Yeah, that's the beauty of living in the age that we live in now, is that you get so many perspectives. Right? All you got to do is go on to your social media platform and text in Mariners. You're going to get a fan's perspective from the outfield. You're going to get the Mariners' perspective, whatever their PR team is doing. You're going to get another random fan behind the plate. It's cool to take in the moment from so many different angles, man. And it gave me chills, man, because the emotion that Naylor plays with resembles a football player to me. Like football players, you do anything, and we are celebrating, we're yelling, we're screaming because the game is played that way with so much emotion. With baseball, it's a bit more reserved. You have your moments, but they're not like football. Like every single play, somebody's celebrating something in football. So when you get moments like that, especially with this team and the moments that they've created this year, it's even more precious, man, because you don't get those that often. And I've been waiting for this moment for Naylor. Like I saw him go nuts when he was with Cleveland, and I love that energy. So finally we got it. He showed emotion before, but this one felt different.
Speaking of feeling different, this team not done, because this trip to the playoffs, like you said, feels different than 2022. Cal, after the game.
We love you. Might as well go win the whole thing.
Talked about never knowing when you're going to get a chance. Still work to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I'm going to enjoy tonight to the most of my ability. We still got work to do, but, you never know when you're going to get this opportunity again. So it's fun, and we plan on doing this a long time. And, baseball is such a long season. When you get that, when you get that opportunity, you got to take advantage of it.
I'm going to enjoy tonight to the most of my ability is something that I'm just going to keep saying on repeat.
I can't get wasted.
But he's right. I think that expectations, not only outside of the clubhouse, but within the clubhouse bump, are so much higher. And it's not like this team didn't think they were capable of all kinds of things in 2022. Genuinely, there's a national audience that looks at the Mariners. They have Fangraph's highest odds of winning a World Series. A lot of that is because the path that they're taking to get there, potentially, versus the path that some teams in the National League are going to have to take. It's just a tougher battle over there. But man, you're looking at the possibility of clinching the 2 seed by Thursday.
They had to prove it to themselves.